Well, as we do many times this time of year, we've done it in the past, we're doing it again today. We are doing live stream from the Sugar House, kind of to show you everything that's involved in this. Unfortunately, we have the one camera here, not always the best spot for it, but we'll do our best so that you guys can actually see how everything works. So let's fire this thing up and get going. As we go on here, I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit. I'm going to do my first one right now, actually, just so that you can kind of see, or hopefully see, the front of the evaporator a little bit better. There we go. And what time do we have? 8:52. So usually what we like to see is we like to see steam rolling off within about 10 minutes of when we start. It is chilly out here right now. It's going to get warm later, but we're going to put this on, and we're going to fire this thing up. So one of the first things that we do before I fire, the end of every night, when I'm all done, after everything is cooled down, so it takes a few hours, I draw off the front pan. I run it through a simple and single pre-filter just to catch any of the sugar sand that's in that front pan. I fill this pan with that condensate that runs off the back hood, along with a little bit of vinegar. I let it sit overnight or for 2 or 3 days, depending on how long it is between a boil. That cleans that front pan up real nice, and it helps the filtering process go better and smoother. Along with it, increases our production a little bit because that sugar sand forms almost a paper-like consistency, and then it builds up over time as you heat it up on this front pan. So getting that cleaned, it helps us all. Inside these pans, there's what they call flues. It's where the fire runs, all right? And that's the whole point of this thing, is the fire should run the entire length of this evaporator. So we cleaned that as well. I go inside this evaporator. I don't actually crawl inside it, but I've got a long-handled tool. And I run a brush on the inside of the flues and the firebox side, and that helps the production as well. Let's fire this thing up. Probably won't take too long to see some steam. Again, this is Maple Weekend 2026. A lot of sugar houses are doing open houses today. We're a very small operation, so we don't really do that. If somebody stops by, I'll give them a tour, but we don't really advertise it. That'll get us going. If you're with us last year and you're just joining us for the first time this year, you may notice we have a different arch set up now. This is a Lapierre Vision arch. I'll open this up. So the old one, everything was in the front. Door was in the front, and your vent control was in the front. This one is back here. That's with this chain. You'll see me adjust this various times throughout the day. Right now I've got it open wide because I want as much air rolling through as we can, just to try to get things going. Back here is our infeed. Oh, I realize, I guess you can't see me back here. Make an adjustment. Try that. Yeah, a little bit better. So back here, if you follow my hand, over here is where our infeed is. This is our preheat hood. All the cold sap runs through this hood, and the idea is it comes out a lot hotter than it would if it was just dumping in from the tank. So we're going to open these tanks up nice and slow and get things flowing. If you crack these valves real fast, it's not great for everything. Just nice and slow works great. This setup is definitely different from our old one. This has a breather tube, a burper, whatever you want to call it, but that keeps everything inside the hood flowing nicely. Our old one was purely gravity, This one is actually reversed. It feeds in the bottom and comes out the top. But everything in here is run other than obviously my lights, but we can run this whole operation without any electric. So there's no blowers, there's no reverse osmosis. Everything is gravity fed, and it can all be run without electric. That was one of our goals for this setup. If you have any questions, please feel free to... Hi, George. Please feel free to comment. If you have any questions, I will do my very best to answer them. We're a fairly small operation. We run somewhere in the area of 350 to 400 taps. We do not use reverse osmosis. It's land that's been in the family for, I guess, right around 60 years now, between 50 and 60 years. We're just starting this up this morning. A little bit later than I wanted to, but it took a few minutes to get things situated for the day. Our firewood of choice for running the evaporator is dry pine and hemlock. Kind of what we go for. That gives us the flame that we want, the heat that we want. In a minute I'll put on gloves. Probably should have them on now, but the idea is we want that flame to run the full 8 feet. The pans are a total of 8 feet long. So we want that flame to run the full 8 feet and all the way up into the stack a little bit even. So we want to see about 10 feet of flame. So that's why we use that pine and that hemlock. Hopefully you can hear now. There's a little bit of a boil going on. Let's see how long we've been running here. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. I think we started it right about 6 minutes ago. There is some steam coming off the front pan. And what you can't see right now is our stack. Our steam stack does have steam rolling out of that. So we're producing steam 6 minutes in. That's pretty good. The front pan is has a little bit more fluid in it than I would like, and that's just from me cleaning and flushing things and refilling. So this normally will boil within about 3 minutes, but this morning it has about twice as much as it should have in it, so it took us a few minutes longer. Again, if you have any questions, please ask at the bottom. I will do my best. Good morning. Morning, James. I will do my very best to answer any questions that you have. Works. Let's leave some syrup on it.
Well, you left that out here.
Yeah. No, I don't. All the syrup. Oh, I need that 4-gallon stainless pot at some point.
Wash it.
Yeah, I washed it.
Do that for lunch.
That'll work for lunch too. We're good. I'll be walking around here a lot, especially the first couple minutes, as I try to make sure everything is running properly. What? It just shows me how hot it's running in, or how hot that front part of the pan is. That's a regular thermometer, not the other one. Huh? It's jumping fast now, huh? Wow. So the very front corner of this pan, I just put a new thermometer in. This front pan actually has 3 thermometers now. The old setup had 1 thermometer right by our draw off. So we've got 2 syrup thermometers over here. Right now I can reach across this, it's not quite hot yet. The old setup had 1 thermometer over here. We now have 2, but I have another regular thermometer which shows from 20 degrees all the way up to 240 degrees over here on the infeed, which is where the back pan dumps into the front pan. I'm reversed this morning. But it's been jumping pretty quick. This front corner, which is the coldest corner right now, because there's nothing feeding in, is right at 135 degrees.
140.
Jumps pretty quick.
It's warming already?
It does quick this time. Here soon it starts boiling. It's gonna catch. Huh?
Powder?
I can. I like this stuff better. Gotta try to catch it earlier, or else it makes a mess. Oh, but it's boiling. So we have a boil in the back pan at this point. Things are heating up nicely. You can see some steam hopefully from the front pan from your view. The front pan, that front corner is 160. Let's see, we're 12 minutes and 30 seconds in, so 11 minutes. Got a nice rolling boil in the back pan. A little slower this morning than we would like. Right up until last night, I didn't glance in this morning, right up until last night, the back pan was actually partially frozen, so it was very cold.
Bigger?
What?
Bigger stuff? Bigger stuff?
Some of it's a little bit bigger.
Coffee situation.
Huh? It's probably cold enough.
Coffee situation.
Almost gone again.
I think it is. What? Want that down until you with the last of the pot and then set it up for next time.
Yep.
You just turn it on.
Thanks. I need that big sand spot too.
Want the last swallow? Nice.
That was cold.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat my breakfast quick here. So far we've got a rolling boil. This has 3 dividers in it. Back divider and the middle divider. I have a rolling boil. The front's not quite there yet. Like I said, the front pan is really deep right now, a lot deeper than I like to run it. So it took a little while to get everything rolling the way it should. This over here in the front corner says 190, 189.5. I don't have a thermometer in the back pan, don't really feel that we need one. I can see here whether that's boiling or not. Excuse me while I eat my breakfast. Scott King, where is this? You're from Vermont. This is the Hudson Valley of New York, Scott. We're considered a small hobby producer, I would say. I see our dog decided to visit us for a minute. But we're a small hobby producer. We produce anywhere from 40 to 80 gallons a year. We've got about between 350 and 400 taps, depending on the year. This year, I think we're probably about 375. We lost some trees during the windstorms. Unfortunately, we lost some really good producing trees during the windstorm. Right now, everything back here just started flowing through. That front pan has boiled off enough, or excuse me, the back pan, but the pan in front of me has boiled off enough now to where the float is calling for more sap. Everything here is automated. As far as that goes, it's all gravity and float regulated. So I have to feed the fire and I have to draw off when it hits syrup. We're a ways from that, right from the syrup part, as we are just firing up this morning. It's a nice morning to boil. It smells good in here. You miss the smell of sugarhouse. Yeah, I can understand that. I've been involved with this since I was a little kid with my grandfather. He always had a small setup. We took it to the next level for sure. But I remember going there, especially this time of the year, showing up inside their, or showing up to their house to visit them as a kid, and the smell of maple kind of rolling out. He had a little tiny lean-to alongside his garage, which is where he built his homemade arch. And we would show up there and you'd see the steam and you'd smell the smells. It was really nice. So yeah, definitely something that kind of smells like home for some folks. You could.
Thought that maybe somebody might pick him up to go to work.
Oh, well, that's fine too.
He hasn't responded yet, so. But if this is me, he's definitely not gonna.
Yep.
That way the table could stay set up there.
Yep. This is more of an airtight arch than our last one. Seems to be working pretty good so far. By myself, I'm comfortably running about 45 gallons an hour. I can push it a little bit harder than that, but you can see we've got some steam rolling here. Smells good. Usually we get a couple people that stop because we're only probably 60 or 70 feet off the road where the front of this evaporator sits. So right after I do what I just did, which is put a whole bunch of pine and hemlock in, it belches black smoke out of the stack, and usually a few people will stop and offer to call the fire department for us, which is always nice. That reminds me, I should, I guess, let the fire chief know we're doing this. I've gotten into the habit of doing that because it has been called on us one time. So it keeps the whole false alarm thing from happening too much. Alright, front pan is rolling good, back pan is rolling good, we have steam coming off. One of the things that took me a while to learn with this, and was definitely trial and error, was my preheat was working great, it was flowing good, but I couldn't figure out why. You know, it's rolling out of our tank somewhere between 36 and 42 degrees, sometimes a little more depending on the day. It's going to be hot today, so I want to get as much done as I can. But it was rolling through the whole preheat system and only coming out at like 65 or 70 degrees. I couldn't figure out why. Well, this whole setup from LaPierre, the steam stack, actually has a damper on it. So what I found is I could close the damper, which actually kept more heat inside that hood, and it heated the sap to where we wanted it, because I want that preheat sap coming out at 160 or 170 degrees, rolling into this evaporator, not 60 or 70 degrees, because that cold coming in is we're gonna lose that part of that boil in that back pan. But when it's coming in at 160 or 170, that's the whole point of the preheat, is to bring it up to that temperature. So I learned that. Like I said, there's a damper on the back here, which you can't see, but I'll bring you over later. There's a damper here. We've got that open about a third, and that seems to hold the steam where we want it. Seems to work well. And it keeps some of that steam and that heat inside, especially when we're just getting running for the day. I want this as hot as it can, as fast as we can get it there. That's my general idea of what I like to do. So I think that's what everybody wants to do. They want these things as hot as they can, as fast as they can. So that first fire that we did for the year, I brought it up to temperature slow. I ran it slow because everything was brand new. So we filled this whole thing with water before we actually ran any maple through it. I filled the nurse tank with water, our feed tank. Tried everything with water, made sure there was no leaks, there was no issues. I found a couple of our fittings hadn't been tightened quite all the way, or quite enough, let's say. So I made adjustments there. It allowed us to adjust the levels in all the flow boxes, because that's something that's important. Once you can get your flow boxes set, it allows you to, I don't want to say hands off on this, because this is a very hands-on type thing, but it allows you to take a breath for a minute or two, do what I'm doing right now, which is drink some coffee and eat my breakfast. I'll be out here for, well, we started at a couple minutes before 9. I will be out here probably till 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. They're going to be about a 12-hour day by the time we get everything cleaned up. And the one thing that we have to constantly do is feed this machine. It eats a lot of wood. I'll burn probably about a quart of wood in this today. Jackson has a little table out by the road today selling some syrup. Usually him and the kids run that for us. The idea is you want to minimize the amount of time that your door is open. So it allows that cold air to come in through, which you don't really want. But I also want to make sure that I stack the wood well, especially this early on, trying to get a good even heat going. Once this thing really gets going, it gets so hot in there the fire bricks will glow. So that's kind of a neat phenomenon. I forget, a couple of years ago I looked up how hot does it need to be for fire brick to glow. It's impressive, whatever it is. I believe somewhere around the area of 1800 degrees is what's stuck in my head. So that fire brick 1800 degrees is what glows, and that is a impressively hot fire. Alright, the front pan is now boiled down to where I want it to be. Remember I said I pulled everything off the front pan, pulled all what's called the sweet. The front pan is your real sweet pan. It's the almost syrup pan. The whole pan is almost syrup. Some of it actually will be syrup. But I pull all that off, then I flush everything through. That way that front pan is really clean. Makes filtering a lot easier. Gets rid of that niter or that sugar sand that builds up in the bottom. So I had the front pan shut off from the back pan right up until just now. I just reactivated that, which means this flow here is just about ready to start flowing. And that'll auto-regulate that front pan for me. Smells wonderful in here today. The first two boils that we did, the first boil, I think we only boiled about 300 gallons through. I say only 300 gallons. A long time ago, that was a lot for us. Now it's not, but we boiled about 300 gallons through, and it didn't have much of a sweet or maple smell. You could smell a little bit of the sweet, but not a lot of maple. Day two, you started getting a little bit more of that maple smell. And then as you get later in the season is when your maple flavor really explodes, if I can put it that way. Everybody has their version of what syrup they like. We have people that come in, they ask for light syrup, medium syrup, dark syrup. The medium to dark is where your maple flavor is very strong. The darker it is, the stronger the maple flavor. That early season syrup, that real light syrup, is really sweet. It's great for sugar. It's great for making that granulated sugar or the maple sugar candies. It's great for that. But it's not my favorite thing on pancakes, let's say. Whereas a little bit later in the year, which is what this is now, this is the type of syrup that I like. I use it in my coffee, pancakes, waffles, eggs. Basically, you name it, we can put syrup on it. I was sitting on the couch last night, relaxing after Katie's birthday party. And I decided that I wanted some ice cream. So what did I do? I put our cinnamon maple syrup on my ice cream. As if, sugar wasn't enough. But as I tell everybody, this is healthy. This is good for you. Time to put some more wood on this thing. We are nearing the end of the maple season. The buds are starting to emerge on some of the trees. We tap purely sugar maple. We don't tap any red maple. We could, and we may in the future, but right now we don't. The guys who do tap the red maples, because the tree buds earlier than the sugar maples, and it changes the flavor very quickly. Gets what they call a buddy flavor. Doesn't taste really good, gets a little sour actually. You gotta watch for that. We have sugars only, so we don't have that problem as much. Very good. Jackson's setting up his little table outside. We have started shipping some of our syrup over the last, I would say, 6 months or so. I had a couple friends across the country ask us to ship over a few years. We've been saying no, 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 and we finally decided to try it this year. Worked pretty good. It is not cheap to ship syrup, as I have found, but people are willing to pay the fairly expensive shipping rates. We can ship it. We only have glass bottles. Occasionally we will do plastic bottles for events, but we prefer our pancake flasks, they call them. We've got some maple leaves where the glass in those maple leaves is really, really expensive. If you want to give a nice gift to somebody, it looks nice, but just the glass on those maple leaves I think costs like $5 or $6 now. So we try not to do much with the maple leaf just because that glass is so expensive. Mason jars I think are about $1.50 a piece, so that's a really big difference in how much things cost. I have a feeling I'm going to drink a lot of coffee today because the pot is almost gone. I've only got 3 or 4 sips left in that. Let me go check on Jackson quick. He's setting a little table up by the road. I will be right back. wonderful in here. It kind of has an interesting smell in here right now. We put the box in the garage. It has an interesting smell in here right now because it's got the maple smell, right? We've got that maple steaming off right now, but we're also burning hemlock and pine. So it gives it kind of a, the outside, you've got a little bit of an acidic smoke smell basically from that, along with the maple smell. So it's kind of cool, it's very distinctive. I love it. All the floats are working as they should. It'll be probably a while before we draw off this morning, but you never know. Alright. One of the fun things about running the business is you do have to answer the phone when it rings. It's not always ideal for this. So again, we're burning hemlock and pine. That's what gives us the flame that we need. Let me stock this up good, and we'll try to give you a tour of everything in here. There we go. That'll give us a few minutes. Let's go for a tour, shall we? Turn this phone around here. Apologize for things moving. All right. We got our Maple Producers Association thing up on the wall, banner, as it were. All right, this is our front pan, a little closer view. This is when we say our front pan. This is the syrup pan. This is the sweet pan, anything like that. A little hard to see with the steam, but we flow in up here. We work our way towards the back. Again, hard to see with the steam, but you can kind of see how the bubbles are different. Again, we flow in from the front and it works its way towards the back. And we draw off here. Everything out here is kind of done at this point. We've been running pretty hard. All right. Let's take a look here. See if we can see anything in the back pan. Can't too much. Don't want to drop my phone in, but you can somewhat see that boil in there. Somewhat. And then let's see if we can get you a view. You can just see those coils up there. Kind of that loop, the stainless loop. Where is it? Right there. You can see that. Kind of see it. A little hard to see, but that's your preheat coil. Close this back up. That's your preheat coil, right? Because we flow in back here. So this is our infeed right here. This is cold to the touch. Very cold. Like the sap's flowing in right now at 39 degrees. It flows in the back here, the bottom, follows that loop, then comes up, which is completely backwards from what makes sense, right? And it comes out the top. Flows down into our float box. All right, the float box is getting a little bit concentrated at this point. It's got a little bit of color to it. That's normal. This is our float that regulates how much sap is in this back pan and then flows through here into the front. This is our sight glass here. I've got 2 marks on it. I actually need to add a 3rd mark, which is right about where my thumb is. But right here is where I want to be. This is too high, right? Right about here is where the top of the flues are. When you're really boiling, you can drop below them a little bit. That's fine because the fluid is bubbling up over it. All right, here is our smokestack. This beautiful stainless, it's purple. It's been plenty hot now, a few times. And then back over here, this is where our condensation from the hood comes off. This particular one here catches everything that rolls down the hood. There's a channel inside. That's what this is from. And then this one here, which is probably what you hear running, this one right here, there is a V inside this hood, which is underneath those preheat coils. And as we all know, when heat or the steam hits cold, it creates condensation. So that actually helps us boil faster. Runs down here into that. This is just discharge water. This is one of the discharges from the condensation. See how fast that's running? It may not seem impressive, but it is boiling off that fast just from the condensation. This is just from the condensation from the steam hitting those preheat coils. So these are just our condensation buckets that we keep around. I keep a couple of these guys always full. They're nice to clean with because this is distilled water. But I keep a couple of these guys full in the sugar house just in case I need to throw water on something. This one's running, you can see, pretty slow. This is that second one that's running okay. And I've just about got to put more wood on this fire. But let's finish the tour here. This is the float box that goes from the back pan into that front pan. You can see that's flowing pretty good. Let's try a different angle here maybe. Is that better? There we go. You see that's flowing pretty good. And you may notice that it is basically clear, right? So sap, trying to focus on it, but it's not focusing well for me. Sap is essentially clear. Right? It doesn't come out looking like syrup, as many people think. It then flows through here. Here's another valve. These are one of the upgrades this year with this whole system is these are all sanitary dairy fittings. Everything is stainless steel or dairy grade clear tubing. And then here's the view of the front pan again from the other side. Right, and if we look at these bubbles here, if I've got any maple syrup experts on with me right now, you can see that these bubbles are getting awfully close to syrup. Still got a little ways to go, but just the way that that bubble is acting, sorry to keep moving you, but just the way that that bubble is acting compared to these bubbles in the very front of the pan, you can see there's a difference, and that's getting a whole lot closer to syrup. This is our wood supply outside. We use the IBC totes to bring it down. You can see I've got 5 full totes here today. I will be burning probably 3 of them today. And then you can see Jackson's got his little table out in front of the van. All right, we'll do a turn around here. I got to get more wood on this fire. There we are. All right, let's get some more wood on the fire. So just to give you an idea, I didn't explain these front thermometers. Let me grab some real quick. So I didn't explain those front 2 thermometers too well. Those are special thermometers. They're syrup thermometers. They start at 0. The funny thing is, 0 is actually 212 degrees. So they are a very strange thermometer. They're for this industry in particular. Maybe there's another industry that uses them, I don't know. The idea is, at the beginning of the day, you boil water and you set that thermometer, there's a little screw on the side of it, where we can set it to 0. Here I got another one kicking around. I may. I do. I got a brand new one in the box over here, so let me pull this over so you can see it. Oh, I don't know. Never mind. I thought I had one, just the empty box. Oh well. Well, let's move this camera again and I can show you exactly how this thermometer works. We're gonna have to put you all on charge here in a minute. Again, sorry for moving. I'm trying not to do it too fast, that way you don't get dizzy, especially if you're watching on a big screen. So, special thermometers. You can see it only goes from 0 to 50, which is weird, right? So, 0 degrees is boiling water. That's how we set these in the morning. So I can unscrew this, put it in water. It even tells you right on it, 3.5 inches boiling water. And then there's a little adjustment screw on the side, which basically takes the whole face of this thermometer and moves it. Syrup is technically syrup at 7 degrees over boiling water. All right, here's our smaller one. This one's actually a little bit more accurate. I prefer to use this one. You'll also notice that my thermometers are upside down. That's because when I stand up here, I don't have to try to see where we are here. I can just glance at this. That's done on purpose. It drives our OCD friends and myself crazy. So anyway, 0 degrees is boiling water. That's 212. Right, syrup is syrup at 219. So we can see this is right about halfway there. It is climbing. Like I said, we've got the back of the front pan is getting pretty sweet. We'll take a look at that again. See how those bubbles are different? It's got more of a glassy, caramely looking bubble. But that's the way these thermometers work. I don't like this thermometer. If you see when I tap on it a little bit, it jumps a lot. Not a fan of that one. This one is much higher quality, or at least not as sensitive. So this is what we use both of them. You can see that is getting a lot closer to syrup. So I'm going to get my draw-off tank situated here, and at some point we'll be drawing off. Usually it takes us about an hour from when we start up to the first draw. Another view of the pan. I love it. One of my favorite things. And for us, this is how we know that winter's over, right? Might still snow, who knows. But this is how we know that winter's getting close to being over. The syrup is, or the sap is running, we're making syrup. Maple weekend this weekend, this is our draw off tank here. I use an old pot cover for it, just to keep any of the dust out of it. One of the keys to getting everything to work right is heat up your filter. Right, these are what they call cone filters. You can use cone filters, flat filters. The big producers use a filter press. I don't have that. We're still using gravity filtration. I do have a vacuum setup for a bottler, so I can dump that in, hook up. Believe it or not, it's a shop vac, a small DeWalt shop vac that creates negative pressure. It creates that vacuum inside the bottler, and it pulls the syrup through. I used it the other day. It actually did work very well. I was happy with it, which is great. But if you're filtering all natural, let's say, and there's nothing wrong with the other stuff, I just say all natural. If you're filtering gravity, like I said, our whole setup here can be run without electric. You may wonder what I'm putting in here. This is a dripper tube vegetable oil. It keeps it from foaming up so much. You can have so much foam in the boiling process that it makes it so it doesn't boil and it can boil over. So we want to avoid that. Back to the filters. You heat the filters up with steam, right? Because that's a distilled water basically. That steam is distilled. And what it does is it makes that filter hot, right? The hotter everything is, the better it filters. If you try to filter cold syrup, it is not going through any filter anywhere. I don't care what you have. So these filters were cleaned when I put them away. They're still a little bit damp from a couple days ago, which is fine. That's when we did all the cleaning out with our last boil. But by putting them, setting them just here, you can see where I've got it just sitting here on the front. It catches some of that steam from that front pan, and it heats those filters up. And when they heat up, it really just blows right through, which is exactly what we want. We've produced some really great syrup this year. We've had some real light. We've had some medium. We haven't had any super dark yet. I would imagine today we're going to start getting towards that darker syrup range, which personally is my favorite. I think it has a much stronger flavor. I really like the maple flavor though. I lost my gloves. Oh, here they are. Gotta put some more wood on this fire. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome. If you have any questions, please feel free to comment. I will do the very best that I can to answer questions. It doesn't have to be about the evaporator. It could be about maple syrup stuff, maple sugar, maple candy, how to tap, stuff like that. We've got other videos with it. I've sent them to a few people. Tapping with the kids, things like that. It's very easy to do. On a small scale, you can make a little tiny bit of syrup. It's not hard. To produce an actual larger amount of syrup, it takes a little bit. Getting closer to a draw off, which means we're going to be pulling syrup off shortly. It's getting very close. I need to get my hydrometer warmed up and the cup warmed up, test up. That way it reads properly. I forgot to do that because I was too busy chatting. One of the nice things about having that hot water in the back is I can heat things up. That's rolling off. That back bucket sits right around 200 degrees, 180 to 200 degrees, so that's a little warm. You can see the steam coming off this now, maybe a little bit, right? That's nice and warm. where we want it. I like this particular filter setup. It works well with this draw tank. It seals it completely, keeps anything from getting down in there. And we filter again before we bottle. There's different types of filters. There's the very heavy, thick felt type filter, which is a very thick. They used to be wool. Now they're just plain felt. And then there's the pre-filters. So we're getting very close to syrup in this front pan. I know I keep saying this, but one of those things where you got to watch it, because if you don't, it turns quick, and all of a sudden you got yourself in a jam that you don't want to be in. We're very, very close there on that front pan now. So I think we're due for a test draw. Let's see where we look. We'll show you how the hydrometer works. We use our thermometers, but we also use hydrometer, right, which measures the specific gravity, I guess is what we're looking for. A couple clips here, which are in my way. Like that. Yeah. See where we are. Who knew that making syrup could be scientific? I certainly didn't. Back in the day. Now we're getting close, but not quite there. Getting very close, actually. So, this is a test cup. Let's see, are we in the, yes, we are in the stream. Wonderful. This is the test cup, this is the hydrometer. Right? We draw our syrup into this, slowly lower the hydrometer in. There's two red marks. Let's see if we can get close enough here. There we go. This is your cold test point. This is your hot test point. Right on it, it'll say, let's see if we can get, see that right there? It says hot test 211 degrees. You want, let's say that this cup is our syrup level. If we're testing syrup and it's cold, we want it at that bottom, that 60 degrees. And there isn't actually a formula. There is a formula you can grab. It's online. I don't have it out here with me. But that'll show you, 60 degrees, 70 degree, 80 degree test point. And then when I'm drawing it off, again, we're going to pretend this cup is the syrup level. I want it to be right there. If it's down a little bit, if it sinks a little bit too low, that means your syrup's not quite done. And if it's a little bit higher, that means you're over. And this is me, some people are going to be upset at this when I say this, I always run just a touch past syrup, always. If you go too far past syrup, then you end up with all kinds of crystals in the jar or in your bucket, whatever you store it in. We run just a touch past, so I want it to float just above that line when I'm doing that. Not quite there, but it is awfully close. The other thing you can do, so what the old guys used to do, my grandfather used to do, is did the drip test, right? So if I take this and we watch it drip off the bottom, see how it kind of catches like that? Let's show you again. They call it sheeting. You see how the drip is a little weird, it leaves a little tail behind? That also means you're just about there. It is close. This front pan today is extremely sweet. We're going to have a very, very large draw once this starts. My guess is we will be drawing, the first draw is going to be somewhere in the range of 3 to 4 quarts for that first draw, which makes sense. We've been boiling about an hour. We should produce about a gallon of syrup for every hour that we boil.
The last one,
Oh. All right. You,
Hobbyist set up.
Okay.
Not serving.
All right. I imagine we'll be drinking a lot of that.
want me to set it up for a full pot and just start it, or
Yeah, you can set it for a full pot. Start it when you leave, I would say.
for four at least.
Or that, it's fine too. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's where it comes in from the others. Alright, so our sugar house is right next to our house. It's actually attached to my garage. First evaporator we bought, we have a friend that does it, and he said, hey, I know you've been looking for an evaporator. I got a guy getting rid of one, or a buddy of mine get rid of one, because they're moving or something like that. He wants it to go to a family who will treat it well. So that was our first evaporator. We ran it for 4 or 5 years. We put a new arch under it. Sold that in October to bring this one in, which is the next step up from that. But we kind of had to do a, oh no, what am I going to do? We've got an evaporator coming, and where am I going to put it? All kinds of things like that. So we just did a lean-to off the garage. Buddy of mine had a little mill. All the siding that's in here was scrap junk from the mill. Whether it was live edge that they didn't want, something that was, I don't want to say rotten, but something that had wormholes through it or anything like that they couldn't easily sell, we ended up taking and we used it for siding. And actually we bought the tin for the roof. I bought the 2x10s, 2x8s, whatever they are, for the rafters. That's all that we really bought. Everything else was used either what we had here left over from jobs or from his sawmill. So you can start reasonably. Our first evaporator setup was actually a 55-gallon drum with one of those stove barrel kits. I cut and welded and did all kinds of cool stuff like that. We put some stainless steel chafing pans on it, and it worked great. And I could get a whopping, I think like 4 or 5 gallons an hour off of that. But when you only had 15 or 20 gallons to boil down, it wasn't bad. We boiled 4 or 5 hours. We used whatever sticks and whatnot was down in the woods. Did you see the dog come through? She just came through. Which worked well for us. Alright, right now we're at, one of them says 5 over boiling water, one of them says 6 over boiling water, so we're just about there. I did not test these this morning. What I have found, at least for me, is I'm boiling for a long time, right? We started just before 9 o'clock this morning. I will be boiling all through the day, all the way until probably 7 or 8, maybe 9 o'clock tonight. I'll pull up my phone here because this shows me the barometric pressure, right? As the barometric pressure changes, actually it's going to be pretty steady today. All right, well, I guess I'll eat my own words, but oftentimes what happens is the barometric pressure sways a lot in 12 hours. And so I could set this at 8 o'clock this morning and say, hey, I've got it set, boiling water is 0, 7 means I'm syrup, and all of a sudden the pressure jumps. Let's say it jumps from 30 down to 29.5, or it jumps from 29.5 up to 30.2, anything like that, and it's going to mess with all of our measurements. So I use them purely as a guide. I keep track of where it looks like syrup, how it acts like syrup, and then we test it with that hydrometer. All right, let's pull you over here quick and take a look at these bubbles. And I'll show you what I mean by how the bubbles change. Right, a few minutes ago, they looked a little different. They looked more like that. The back part of this pan looked like that. Now as we go across, look at how that bubble has changed, right? If you're a chef and you see that kind of bubble, I'm sure you know what you're looking at. You're looking at a lot of sugar there. right? I don't know if the chef is still here watching, but I know he was earlier. So we're getting close on that. I'm gonna put this back in. I'm also gonna plug the phone in, that way it doesn't die. Oh, you are still here. All right. Hopefully I'm not boring you out of your mind. There we go, we're plugged in so we don't die. This is now reading 7 on the nose. This is reading 6.5. Again, I said at 7, we should be at syrup. Let me grab my test cup. I keep that in the back here in this bucket of really, really hot distilled water. Because you want your cup clean with no sugar residue in it, number one. You also want it hot so it doesn't cool things down. Let's crack this and see where we are. All right, there we are. It's that syrup. I'm going to bring it over. Hopefully you can see this. If you can see that red line is floating above the syrup level, hopefully you can see that. Right, that means we're a little bit past syrup, which is where we want to be. Dump that in. And what I want to do now is I want to do a slow draw. Slow burn, slow draw, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. I'll bring you right over here so you can see this. Because this is kind of cool. I don't know, this is my favorite part at least. Cool. All right. And we go nice and slow like that. What happens when we go slow like that is it allows all the floats to catch up. You can see our thermometer is past syrup, so that all agrees. And our bubbles are nice and sugary. But the idea is, when I go slow like that, it's gonna call for back here, that float, which you can barely see the top of, it's gonna call for that hot sap and start flowing through these chambers. When you go nice and slow, it keeps you from pulling too much out of your front pan as well. Here we are. That's all syrup. And these are pre-filters. There's 3 of these, and then the big filter on the outside, there's one of those. It's all done with gravity. Liquid gold, yes, 100%. And we're still gonna watch our thermometer. What you can do is if you open this all the way, you'll drain your whole front pan and you will burn it. And then you're done for the year. Once that front pan is fried, you're done. You see those bubbles, still plenty of syrup. Like I said, this front pan is very sweet. It's gonna be a long draw. Let's take a quick trip over here. Make sure this is flowing in. Judging by the steam, it is. You see that that's flowing in? Maybe. Try to focus on it. There it is. All right, there's our draw. So what I want to do now, this has been running for probably about a minute. Shut that down. I'm going to let everything catch up, because what will happen is you can draw down too fast and it needs to work its way through. We'll let everything catch up. And what I can do is I can do another draw here in a couple minutes. We're actually not done for the season. I thought we were going to be done, but the weather turned on us again, and turned in a good way. So let's see. Does that work? You can kind of see what we're doing? Yeah, somewhat. The weather turned in a good way, and we've had some cold temps. It ran last night. It ran yesterday. An old sugar guy, I shouldn't call him old because he's not old, but a very experienced maple syrup guy, told me the other day, he said, Tim, watch the barometric pressure. When the weather's good and you see a dip in that barometric pressure, your sap's going to run like crazy, the maple sap. All night last night, we had a dip, and all night it ran last night. So I think he's on to something. So I'm not going to test this with the hydrometer again. I know we're still at syrup. I just wanted to give it a chance to catch up. I want to do a quick draw just to try to pull. The other thing we want to do is, as we're boiling, that niter builds up. That's that sugar sand. that builds up on the bottom of the pan. So when you do a quick draw, it pulls it a little bit versus the slow draw. So you do a mixture of both. It's like a dance that we play here. Just about back down to 7. And as that sap flows through, that will dilute the front pan again. It'll boil. But we had a good draw. That was a nice draw. I like the draw a little bit less than that. I don't like to draw quite that much at once, but it is what we had given to us, so we'll take it. I find that our first draw of the day is always the biggest one, because there's just so much sweet in that front pan. You will notice, if you've been with us for a while, I haven't sat down, and we've been running for what, a little over an hour, 73 minutes it says. Dog making a spin through looking for syrup that I dropped. I spilled a lot the other day, so she licked a bunch off the floor. But you'll notice that I haven't sat down, and I don't sit down right up until cool down. I got a chair in here, but really don't get to use it. Right up until when we're cooling things down at the end of the night, then I can sit for a few minutes. Okay. I guess every time I open this door, I kind of block the camera. You don't see how hot it is in there, but not super hot yet. Only 5 or 6 of the bricks are glowing. As it goes on later, more will glow. But our flow is still catching up with this front pan here. Right now, let's see. This thermometer on this side, I'm over here. This thermometer on this side is reading 202 degrees, somewhere in there. That's what's flowing in from that back pan. Back over here, we're about 4 degrees, which means 216 degrees. Right? The bubbles are different again. I'm going to do a walk around, make sure all my floats are working. One of the things that you dread the most with a setup like this is your fluid levels get too low and you burn the pans. We have. There we go. So you don't want to burn your pans. That'll spell the very end of you for the season. You'll be done. Pans are expensive. They're custom made. Oftentimes they don't have, especially this time of year, in stock. So again, if you're a chef, you know when sugar bubbles up, you can add basically a little bit of oil of some sort to that sugar bubbling. Whether you use butter, you can use bacon grease, all kinds of things like that. We use a vegetable oil. That way, if there's any allergies, any dairy allergies, not that there would really be enough in a whole huge bin of it, but it keeps everything the way it should be. Inside, when I'm doing it for our own consumption, if something bubbles up, you might use a little tiny bit of butter, dip the knife in it, and it goes right down. If you see me walk around with a dropper, that's what I'm doing there. going pretty good. The front pan is running well. The back pan is running well. Fire's going pretty good. The wood is a little bit damp. We got a little bit busy with work this year. Didn't get our wood produced quite as early as we wanted to, so it didn't have quite enough time to dry. It's still in good shape, but it's not perfect. Right. Everything's going well so far. That's the temperature you want to be, around 200 degrees. So where it's rolling into the front pan, I'm very happy at 200 degrees. That means we're not losing that boil. It's running in from, that was one of the things I just looked at. Our storage tank is at 39 degrees. That's a maple sap. We got a double wall stainless steel milk bulk tank. A lot of times the milk guys, once the tanks get old, too old to, what word am I looking for? When they get really too old to repair the refrigerant system in them. Like this one is an older tank. It wasn't worth them repairing the refrigerant system, so they'll sell it to guys like me. I don't need the refrigeration, but I really want a double wall stainless insulated to keep things cold, because the sap can spoil when it gets warm. It's running in through our system in the back into that preheat hood at 39 or 40 degrees. It rolls out of the preheat hood. We're hoping around 160 to 180 degrees. Let's see where we are. I don't have a thermometer there. It's too hot for me to touch with my hand, which means it's pretty hot. So that's rolling into that front pan. Or back pan, sorry. The back pan is going to boil usually around 213, 214 degrees. Hi. It usually loses a little bit in the transfer from the back pan to the front pan. It drops to somewhere around 200 degrees, 200, and right now it's 210, so it's actually doing well. As it works its way across, it kind of, just the sugar content alone is what pushes it across. So once we're up here, we should be around 219 degrees. That is what it tested at today. Just using that hydrometer cup along with the thermometer. 219 is where we are today, so that's good. You can see I got a couple mini bees now walking around in here. What are you doing? Hey, you can go sit back there. Yeah. But not right where I am, all right? Where you going? What? Yeah, we don't want to touch anything. It's hot, right?
Yeah, Daddy can touch it.
The kids have learned that everything in here is very hot. Fortunately, nobody's been burned yet. But ultimately, at some point or another in doing this, you are going to get burnt. I burn myself just about every day. Although minor burns. The gloves melt sometimes in the fire. What? We are making syrup. You like syrup, right? Yeah, I thought so. Not very much? Oh, I think you're wrong. I think you like it a lot. I think you like syrup a lot. I said the kids have fun in here. Definitely a family run ordeal. Thank you. So the inside of this thing we want as hot and as much flame as we possibly can. If you're a Lord of the Rings fan, If you ever want to know what Mount Doom might feel like, you are welcome to come and feed this machine, because that's kind of what it feels like, I think. My wife is laughing at me in the corner. Gotta ask, how much did this setup cost? I don't know if I want to answer that, especially with Abby right here.
Hey.
So, the evaporator itself, the arch, the pans, the preheat hood, and the stack, both the steam stack and the smoke stack, right around $15,000. All of the other stuff, the lines, the fittings get replaced every year. The spiles, particularly the spiles into the trees, get replaced every year. Fortunately, they're not super expensive. They're only about 25 cents a piece. But that's a throwaway item every year, because you can't sanitize them enough to be able to put them back into the tree. You don't want to put bacteria back into the tree. Hi, Katie. No, not right now. So, but this setup that you see right here is right around 15. I would say all in, everything that we have is probably 25, somewhere in there. That's not counting the drills that we use, the other tools that we use, the log splitters, the totes that we use to store the wood, all that. So that's not counting any of that, because that's stuff that we already had with the landscaping business. We also collect in the back of a UTV, side by side, some people might call them. That's not included in that number either. That's just something that we have to run around on the property, but also to move some machinery in the yard with the landscaping business again.
Mary says, wow, nice setup.
Who?
Mary.
Ah. So it's an expensive hobby for sure. Definitely don't really get a lot of return by the time it's all said and done, and all the time is in. I think we make like $6 or $7 an hour, something like that, if you really figure it out. And that's once things are paid for more. We could increase production, gallons per hour, stuff like that, if we use a reverse osmosis system. Right? Our sugar, I don't think I've talked about sugar much. The maple sap comes out of the tree usually between 1.5% and 3% sugar, and you need to bring it up to 86%. So that's where that comes in. So if you are, let's say, at 2% sugar, you take and you divide that through, is 43 gallons to 1. 43 gallons of sap to make 1 gallon of syrup. If you're less than that, obviously it takes a lot more. We had a run the other day, it was 1.6%. I think it was going to be like 51 or 52 gallons to make a gallon of syrup. So what you can do is get a reverse osmosis machine, put that through. Basically it takes the water out, which is what we're doing right here by boiling. We're taking the water out of this maple sap, boiling it down into syrup. The reverse osmosis does that without having to boil. You can bring it up to 10%, even 15% concentrate, they call it at that point, concentrate. And once you're at that rate, then you're somewhere in the 7 to 10 gallons to 1. You can also reverse osmosis so far that you lose your flavor. So there's a fine balance. The big guys have to do it. And by big guys, I mean big commercial producers, they have to do it. There's no way they can boil enough this way to make it produce, to make it make sense for them. So they have to use reverse osmosis. I need more wood. You get more wood? So hopefully that answers the question a little bit. Sounds good, man. Have a good day. Just put your sap on to boil, huh? How much do you have? Started the day, I've got about 450 in the nurse tank, and I got about another 150 sitting at the bottom of the hill, because we have one run that drops right behind our sugar house here. So I've got about 600 gallon here, I'm figuring our main sugar bush, which is back in the woods, probably ran very well last night, judging by how behind the house here went. So I would say we've got a good amount right now. Thank you.
That's enough.
Definitely going to be an all day affair here today.
Yep.
Yep. This is Joshua.
That's how.
Come in, close in on a draw again. I'm at 6 degrees over boiling water, which means I'm at 218 degrees. That front corner, everything's flowing as we would like it. It's kind of a cool smell. If you show up here, we're burning pine and hemlock. So it gives that smoky, it's a little bit of acidic smell almost from that type of wood. That's outside. In here in the sugar house, it's a very strong maple flavor at this point. It's a mixture between maple and sweet, and you can smell the sweetness, which is, it's hard to describe unless you're actually in here. No. As I said, I've got little mini-me's running around. What? Oh, you got your chair? Got your chair there? Yeah. So I was saying I don't sit down in here all day until we're right down to the very end and cool down time. Especially not in the first couple hours. I won't sit at all for at least the first 3 hours because sometimes, especially as stuff really gets up to temperature, this thing takes over an hour to really get up to temperature. It'll start boiling very, very fast, but that heat doesn't radiate through everything until over an hour in. Heat causes everything to expand, right? Which means I have to make minute adjustments on 2 different float boxes. I have to make sure we're flowing properly. I check the filters because we've got pre-filters that come in, sediment filters, things like that. So there's always stuff to be watching for, especially as we're really getting up to a good temperature today. Today is a nice day to boil. It's clear. It's not windy right now, at least. Somewhat cool. It's not. The other day was almost 80 degrees. It was miserable to boil. It was still hot. I was in a t-shirt and I was just burning my arms anytime I fed that fire. Yep, hey Blue. Yep. Yep. Alright, so I started out, as I said earlier in the video, on a 55-gallon steel drum that I bought a little stove kit for. We did some welding, and we did some stainless steel pans. That was how I started out.
Honey, started out in the kitchen.
Oh, my wife, Abby just corrected me. We started out in the kitchen. And had water dripping off the ceiling. So if you're gonna do a lot, don't do it in the kitchen. About 20 gallons of boil, very nice. If you do boil in the kitchen, make sure you've got an exhaust fan going, which we did not have. That's enough for now, bud.
Put it in the
So once we graduated from the kitchen, I took a 55-gallon drum, laid it long ways, cut the top out, did some welding, put one of those stove kits on it, and I boiled for a few years that way. That was actually really fun. It was low impact, very simple. Basically, I would just lift it up, carry it, put it in the middle of the driveway on a nice day and build then. We would burn any sticks or yard waste in that, basically any sticks that came down during the winter. We would just burn in that to make the syrup. This has progressed, obviously, into a much bigger setup at this point, where we're running between 350 and 400 taps. I didn't count this year. I wish I had a real number. I think last year we were 378. or 368, something like that. We lost a few trees this year in a couple of the big windstorms that we had. Unfortunately, we lost a couple of our really, really good big producers with great sugar content, so that hurt. But we added a couple new runs this year, so I think we added a total of like 22 taps, which were new this year. But like I said, we lost some as well. So we're right in that 350 to 400 range. I would recommend if you're small and just starting out, that you not worry about the finish filtering that much. That would be my recommendation. I've got one of the big cone filters that we filter through. I don't worry about losing a little bit of syrup, but I also wash that cone filter out in hot sap, so I don't lose any of the syrup that's in that. The pre-filters we wash out in the condensate that runs off of the back hoods. But if you're going to make your own, do a nice pre-filter before you boil. Make sure there's no bark or wood chips or moths or anything in it. Run through that, boil it down, can it that way. It's how my grandfather always used to do it. He used to just can it after, so he would boil on a homemade arch, filter it through a single cotton filter, kind of more of an open cotton, just to make sure any of the, because he would boil a lot more of on an open fire type situation than this was. It was still an arch, but a little more open. So you get some wood chips and things like that when you're boiling. He would filter through that, then finish in the house, and would not do a final filter. He would just can it as is. You get a little bit of sediment on the bottom. He would just pour the syrup off the top of that. My grandmother would use the sediment to cook. My mom would use the sediment to cook. It's sweet. It's a little bit of the sandy texture is why we call it sugar sand. But
not so long ago, we had sand, sugar sand.
so I wouldn't worry too much, especially if you're only making, or if you're only starting with 20 gallons. I probably wouldn't do much with the final filter, because it's going to be frustrating and you're going to lose a lot of your syrup. But that, again, that's how I would do it. We actually did some of that last year. Late season, you get more sugar sand built up. It gets harder to filter. So last year I took 10 gallons, put it right in a big giant stainless pot with a valve about, I think it's about an inch off the bottom, inch and a half off the bottom. Let it sit that way for a couple months, and then I cracked it open, and it left all that sugar sand on the bottom, and I was able to just do a quick final filter, brought it back up to temperature, final filtered everything, put it in the bottle or bottled it all. But that worked really well for us as far as a final filter, especially late in the season. You can see I run this basically on my own. The kids are here. Kids are here, but there's not another adult in the room to help you fire, help you filter, help you draw, keep an eye on things or anything like that. As they get older, you can see we got a couple of them bringing the wood right now, which saves a little bit of time. Actually, we're going to do a test on this. Here we got our hydrometer about ready. We're almost due for wood, but it's also basically due for draw. I want to draw some of the sweet off this front pan because it is right now really sweet. Definitely. Stay back. Alright, come on over here to the phone. This is our test cup, this is our hydrometer. You can see when syrup is ready, you push it down below and it'll push itself right back up. That means we're past syrup. It's cooled down a little bit, so it's sitting a little bit higher than it was. But I finish directly on the evaporator. We bring it back up to temperature, test the bottle, but I finish directly off the evaporator itself, which is different than what some guys do. It works for me. Nope, nope, stay back. Back up, out. Dog came in for a visit. This works well for us. We found that this is a good system for us, is to finish directly on the evaporator, filter it through, and I'm done. Last couple of years we were trying to do that's syrup. Last couple of years we were trying to draw, filter, and bottle and everything right here in the sugar house all at the same time. That became really stressful, honestly. It was just too much to do by yourself. So what we've been doing this year is just simply bringing it right to syrup, finishing it right here, filtering it through, and then Abby and I will do a bottling session in the house every couple days, because it works a lot better.
Need anything before we head out?
Probably could use a coffee refill. Is coffee made?
Daddy, you're still doing it.
How's the water?
Water's okay right now.
Josh, are you ready to go? Are you ready to go?
I drew off probably about 2 quarts just now. No, you can't have this. Let's see, I got little test spoons that I keep right here in the sugar house. You can see that without spilling it, maybe not, I don't know. But there's our color. That's right out of the spigot. That's not been filtered yet. But that's right as it's running into that draw-off pail. Every couple hours, I do a taste test of it because, you know, it's terrible. But I like to do a taste test of it. That way I know that everything is good all the time, right? Especially as you get later in the year, you want to do a taste test because you don't want to spoil a whole batch of syrup because you had a little bit of bad run through. And that is, I will say, very good. Also very hot, but very good. No, none for you. All right, we gotta get some wood on this thing. I need wood. Kids are getting wood. Yep, I got this one. Need more. One of the tricks to filtering is you want that syrup as hot as you can go, right? We got that syrup coming off, straight off the evaporator, very hot. Our filters are warm as well. You want the filters damp. I let them soak in the runoff water, right, the distilled water. Drain it from that. Don't ever wring them out. You want to squeeze it kind of. There's no way to but squeeze it like this on the way down. But if you wring it, it makes that sugar sand get embedded into the filter. You don't want to do that. Need 4 or 5 more pieces. So you don't ever want to wring those filters. You can squeeze them out, not wring them out, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
I wanted this one time. Because it's
Oh, you're getting wood? Let me get a drink here. Yeah, I know. I need a few more.
That's a big fire. It's all outside, but it's not a fire pit.
Yep.
It's inside of it.
Yeah.
It won't go anywhere
Those
else.
fire bricks are starting to glow now. You always want to see a good boil in that back pan. I would bring you over to show it to you, but it's really, really hard to see it there. As soon as I stick the camera here, it steams right out. So. Fortunately, the number 3 for that. This is it. This is what we do for 10 or 12 hours straight. Get this close, and then ready to serve, draw it off, bring it inside, refilter, bottle, all that good stuff. How is she? Yeah, we usually like lighter, right? Somebody's stopping to pick up a bottle of syrup from the kids. Times we use exclusively pine hemlock. Every now and then I'll throw a piece of maple oak ash, something like that in if I need to walk away for a minute and I need a little bit of long heat to make some cold so I can bring it back quick. Let's say if I'm walking out behind a sugar house to pump up, something like that. But usually we want that faster heat, that flame. if you're just joining us, welcome to Maple Weekend 2026. Lunch is almost over.
Daddy, I'm not just take a picture of that.
You what?
Just a picture of that.
Oh.
I'll wait and take it a picture.
We are in our sugar house here in Olive Ridge, New York. The Hudson Valley of New York, if you're not familiar.
That's what I wanted. Daddy, look.
Oh my.
Hey, snap some off. Josh, look. Give them away. We're leaving.
Oh, that's a look at my needle.
See the nails before we leave tonight. Okay. Go.
Oh, I'm trying to
Out.
I gotta wait. I gotta get through. Quiet, please. Good. It was a full pot.
Yeah. Minus the travel mug and that.
So there's 2 cups left,
Fortunately.
basically. Are you leaving right away or can you wait for 2 minutes?
I'll wait too long. Just put it in front.
Yeah, the most is here. Sounds good.
Think that'll fit some?
Yeah, probably.
Well, if you want.
What?
I'll put it in.
Whoa.
Since you can host if you want.
Okay. We'll see. Yeah, just check in. See how we're looking.
You want your other phone available, right?
Huh?
You have your other phone available?
Yeah, I got the ones, my regular ones on me.
Okay. Alright, you love them.
Let me do.
You have 4 children, you have one.
Yes, I have him. Got it.
Don't forget water.
Yep.
You've been instructed to help you with that. You can just call in.
Okay.
Love you.
Love you too. Righty, we are back. Sorry for the intermission. All right, let's talk temperatures a little bit. Who knew that we were going to get into some sciencey stuff here today? So, temperatures. We want a certain temperature for the maple sap to run. It needs to be certain weather. So what we want to see is we want to see below freezing at night and above freezing during the day. That's the basic of it. Is we can run 25, 26 degrees at night, 37 to 40 degrees during the day. Nice, clear, sunny day. We're going to get a lot of sap. Those trees are going to run really well. We also want the ground to be damp. We want to have had, whether it be snow or rain or something like that, because that's what helps with the moisture of the trees, right? You can imagine that lots of dry leaves nowhere for the moisture to run up or to get sucked up into the tree, basically. Another thing that has changed over the years is I was originally taught that during the day the tree sucks moisture from the ground, pulls it up, and in that flows out through the tap. Since then, different ideas have changed and different research has been done. What happens is, as the tree warms during the day, it actually pushes that moisture, creates pressure in the tree, which pushes that down and out through the sap. So that's backwards of what we used to think. It is how it works. But you want that cold during the day, or excuse me, cold at night. It makes everything, that cold at night draws that moisture up into the tree. The warm during the day pushes it out. Okay, like today, I didn't freeze last night, ran all night last night. Probably won't run great today. It won't run tomorrow. But it should run a couple more times this year. We should have somewhat of a redemption for last year, hopefully. Last year, all of a sudden it got warm, and it got real warm, and it never froze again for a couple weeks, and it just killed the whole season. So, what I have here is I have a bottle of syrup, and I brought them inside. We bottled this a couple days ago. This is, how well can we see that? But try to see it through the light a little bit. It's a nice light to mid amber. This is a little light for my taste, but it is very good. It still has your maple flavor. It's still plenty sweet. As you get into the darker syrups, which looks more like the color of coffee, that maple flavor really pumps out a lot. I have some from last year. I think we labeled on the top on the canning lid black, because you cannot see through it. And we've saved that for cooking because it works really well for that. It's still got the same sugar content, right? Because your syrup is always going to have that same sugar content as long as you bring it to the proper bricks on the hydrometer. Always going to have that proper sugar content, the same sugar content. But the later in the season, that stuff, like I said, I labeled it black, and that's what it is. You cannot see through it. It looks like molasses. It is really, really strong. I like the way that that tastes. A lot of people do not. So we usually keep that for ourselves. Abby uses it for cooking. I like it on pancakes and waffles. But in my coffee, I'll tend to use the lighter stuff. It still has a little bit of maple flavor, or it still has plenty of maple flavor, but it's plenty sweet as well, and it's not my preferred stuff to use on waffles, pancakes, French toast, ice cream, whatever it is that you're putting your maple syrup on, which is everything in our house. Every now and then I'll make that, I forget what it's called, but you know, you have the piece of bread, you cut a hole in it, and you put the bread on the frying pan, you put the egg in it, egg in a hole or whatever they call it. I will do that. I like that for breakfast. Actually, I really like that for breakfast. I usually do 2 of them. Sometimes I'll have sausage or bacon or something with it. But I'll usually do 2 of those. And then as soon as I flip it, right, because I'll do most of the cooking on one side, I'll flip it, throw a piece of American or cheddar or whatever cheese on it. Once that comes off and on the plate, then I'll put syrup on top of that. Yes, I put syrup on everything. But it is really good. It gives a nice sweetness to that if you didn't have it before. Again, we use it on everything. I use it on everything. We go through, for our family, I believe somewhere around 12 gallons of syrup a year. Right, we make our own, so we don't have to be as careful with it as some other people do. But we use about 12 gallons of syrup a year for just our family, Abby, myself, and the kids. I'm due to change one of these filters out here, but I got to do it. Throw off first. See, I've got my test cup with hydrometer. That's how we know we're actually at syrup. We'll come over here and take a look at this. This is your hydrometer, right? Your syrup hydrometer. It's got 2 lines. The upper line here by my pinky is what we're going to be looking for. And if it's syrup, it's going to be above that line. The hydrometer is going to raise above that line. It is. This is syrup. If it sinks below, it's not quite done yet. If it's above, it's passed. A touch pass is fine. Oh, and here's our drip test. See how it kind of globs off the end there? That's definitely syrup. It's stringy, it's sweet, delicious, and wonderful. All right, we're going to do a slow draw again. That's what we've identified as works well for this evaporator. Is that slow draw, not that fast draw for this one. That slow draw with a large syrup pan like this has, it allows that hot sap from that back pan to flow into the front and work its way through the dividers until it comes out as syrup, right? So we do a nice slow draw like that, pulls it across, lets that float keep up, starts pulling some of that sweet through. I want to keep pulling that sweet through this front pan. That's my goal here. Then this is a very, very sweet front pan right now. I'm actually going to override the back float a little bit here, just to really push some sap in. Some of that hot sap in. You don't want to draw it too fast. You draw it too fast, you lose all your syrup in that front pan and you fry that front pan. You do not want to do that. Right? So we're drawing slow. Can you see a little bit? Kinda. Yeah, barely over here in the corner. You can see that I've got this rolling through just low and slow, pulling it across very gradually. But what that does is that helps push that sugar through, that maple syrup through. Right, we're due for wood again, and it's done. So that was a couple quarts that just got drawn off again. I am due for a filter change, so that'll be happening here shortly. Hopefully I have enough time to do all that before the next draw. Fire break, especially the back part of this arch firebox, is glowing like crazy. Means we're plenty hot. We're up to the temperature that we need to be. I don't have to worry about running out of sap today. We got 400. Started with 450 in the nurse tank. Got another 150 sitting at the bottom of the hill that I can very quickly pump up if I need to. So there's no worries about that today. The biggest worry is it's going to be a warm couple days. So what I do is I take a 5-gallon bucket, fill that with sap, throw that in the freezer, and it acts as a giant ice cube in our holding tank. I swap them out. That helps keep things nice and cold. Important, right? You want your sap to stay cold. Your sap spoils quickly once it gets warm. And it spoils quickly because it's got sugar content, right? And it ferments. And it will actually just smell nasty. A little bit of cloudy sap is okay. You want as clear as you possibly can. A little bit cloudy is what it is. You can deal with that. But once it gets cloudy and gets like a weird, almost, I don't want to say sour milk, but it has that smell to it and that look to it a little bit. You don't want to use that because you'll just be ruining what you have. I don't want to introduce something like that into this system, right? Because we have all of this in our front pan that's really good. And if we add a little bit of bad sap to that, it can spoil everything that's in this evaporator. So we're very cautious with that. We're very careful of that. We like to keep our sap really cold, which helps us produce a good product, which is what everybody wants. Well, I want good syrup. I don't want garbage. We had it the other day. I ended up dumping about 100 gallons of sap. It just got too warm. Started smelling a little wacky. I just dumped it. I don't want to spend the time and energy to produce something that's probably not going to be good. So once that sap turns, it's just dump. Your gardeners out there, you can take that sap, let it ferment a little bit, and dump it in your garden. I forget what it adds to the soil. What nutrient it helps with, I truly forget. I don't remember, but apparently it's pretty good for it. So that's a good option for you. If you have, a couple buckets that went bad, dump it right in there. What I will do today is I want to run this milk tank that we have, our nurse tank, I want to run that right dry, or right down to say 10 gallons, something like that, because I can just flow that through into a couple 5-gallon buckets. Well, I want to run that right dry. I want to rinse everything out and be able to start fresh. put cold sap in there, put a couple of my big old ice cubes in there, and that will work well for us.
You'll be your own food, right?
Yep.
You said you need to buy syrup and wood.
What?
You said you need to buy some syrup and wood.
And wood?
You said and wood, so I assumed
Oh.
so. Instead of just waiting before I said Teddy's got some.
Oh, that's all right. You can buy it from us. That's good. I use a plier to hold the filter because it is really, really hot. You can see, and we're right barely on the corner of the screen here. But you can see how dirty this filter is. It's actually not dirt. It's that sugar sand or niter, right? N-I-T-E-R or N-I-T-R-E, depends on how you spell it, probably what part of the country you're in, or what country you're in, maybe, I don't know. But that's part of what we want to filter out. That's what gives us that nice clear syrup, is when we filter it out like this. Bigger guys, as they produce a bit more, they use something called a filter press. And they filter it through with diatomaceous earth. And my understanding is the molecules that we're filtering out actually attach to that diatomaceous earth. And it gives you a nice clear syrup. So the big guys will do that. You'll see them pumping through this I would say it's a funny looking filter system. But that's what they're doing, is they're filtering through that diatomaceous syrup, which is giving you a nice clear syrup. I don't do that. We've got a little bit of haze in ours still. It's still great product. Flavor is wonderful. It's not perfectly clear. And we don't use the diatomaceous earth, and I do truly think that that's why. So we're just doing some filter cleaning at this point. The important part of this job is keeping things clean. All right, we want our filters clean because everything flows through better that way. So what the filter looked like when I pulled it out. It's got a little tiny bit of a brown tinge to the bottom of it, but it was almost black, dark brown with that sugar sand that we filtered out. Then I put it right back in here. I run either 3 or 4 pre-filters, and that means when we do that, we get one clogged up, we can just pick it up, dump it into the next pre-filter, and keep going. We don't have to stop what we're doing. So it works pretty well for us. Again, the key is keeping things hot. One of the reasons I keep this lid here. The other one is to keep stuff out. It looks like I did that just in time because we are due for another draw here. Sometimes you do a couple draws really fast. Other times it'll be an hour between them. Some of it depends on the time of the day, the barometric pressure, how sweet your front pan is, when your last draw was, how much you drew off in your last draw. All kinds of different things. And how deep your front pan is, right? Again, we're doing a check. And it's there. I'm not going to draw a lot this time, but we're going to end up with about a quart, probably about a 1 quart draw. There we are. Not a lot, but just enough to keep things going, flowing. And back here, we got to add more wood. is the thing that we really got to keep up on with these evaporators is they absolutely eat the firewood. Like I said, today I will burn most likely a cord of firewood to produce whatever we produce here today. I'll bring this over. You don't want to be feeding while you're drawing, it messes with things. So you draw, then you feed. Need more. You want as much continuous heat as you can. So the guys who fire with propane and who fire with fuel oil, they have a real continuous heat, which works very well for them, very consistent heat. They don't lose, right? Every time I open the door, every time they open the door, or we open the door, we lose some heat. Why we try not to open it too often for too long. So those guys have a great consistent flow, heat source. We do firewood because this is all junk wood. This is pine and hemlock that has either died or was blown over in storms or we were paid to clear out for whatever reason. So it works well for us. It keeps it from just, being burned in a giant pile. Reduces our maple syrup. It's a lot of work to cut and split everything. Like I said, I will burn a quart of firewood today, so if you can imagine that we will boil 8 to 10 times hopefully this year. So theoretically, we're gonna burn through 8 to 10 quarts of firewood in this evaporator. I will also burn just junk wood. If there's willow that's down, that'll go in. Really kind of rotten maple, we'll throw that in. I prefer green pine and green hemlock that's been seasoned for almost a year, and we burn that. Or the standing dead pine that has lost its bark works very, very well. Another bottle. Later in the season you get, at least in my experience, the more foam you get. Something that we're always fighting this time of year is the filtering and the foam. I prefer to see less of it. Filtering is a lot easier earlier in the year. But we made, I think, about 29.5 gallons so far. Is what we bottled. We want to be at least 60, so we're only halfway to where we kind of need to be. So that's one of the reasons we're definitely pushing later than some of the others. right, we've boiled down, believe it or not, over 100 gallons already. And we've been going for an hour and 42 minutes, so an hour and 40 minutes. Or sorry, yeah, 142 minutes. Not an hour and 40 minutes, my goodness. $142 minutes. 2 hours and 20 minutes, just over 100 gallons boiled. That is a very, very good ratio. I'm very happy with that. That means everything is working well. We're better than 40 gallons an hour, and that's including the startup, so that's really, really good. I'm actually going to lower the damper on the back a little bit. If you remember what I said, is this is the LaPierre Vision setup. We purchased this through Shaver Hill up in Harpersfield, New York. Shaver Hill Maple, they are online. They also ship their stuff everywhere. I'll give a shout out to them. Those guys have been great for us to work with. Had a couple little things that we wanted changed. They did well for us. They were able to LaPierre did an open house with Shaver Hill. They were able to custom this setup for us, which is really important for us. I wanted the door to open a certain way, which is actually pretty easy on this LaPierre arch. But I also wanted the draw off on this side. Usually it's on the other sides. They were able to make that happen for us. They've been great to work with. But they're saying we should be able to get 45 to 50 gallons per hour off of this unit. I've seen a very, very steady 45 without pushing real hard. The wood they were using is not quite, at this point, not quite premium. This was stuff that's only been split for a few months and drying. So it's not dried as much as I would like, but it is working very well for us. So, like I said, I lowered the damper a little bit. The damper is all mechanical. Again, everything with this arch, with this setup that we're using, everything is mechanical and gravity fed. I do not need electric. We could lose electric right now. We'd lose our live stream, but we could lose electric right now, and I could keep going for 4 days. It doesn't matter, right? As long as I can keep the wood and the sap and everything flowing and keep drawing off, we'll just keep on rolling. So, one thing that we have found with the wood-fired arches is you kind of reach a point where it doesn't make sense to boil any longer because it feels like you're fighting to make the syrup. And I have found that that is right around the 10-hour mark, somewhere in there. At that point, you hit a level of exhaustion that you start making mistakes, right? When you're working, tree work, stuff like that, you get to a certain point, you start making mistakes. This is the same way. You do not want to make mistakes when you're working on this stuff, right? You can burn your pans, you can burn the whole place down, you can do all kinds of cool things. But also, at that point, it's time to shut down and actually clean things. So I says at the end of every night, once we cool down, I drain off this whole front pan. I run it through a simple pre-filter, just one. But it gets rid of most of the junk. It gets rid of most of that sugar sand, anything that's built up in that front pan, run it through, take it a 5-gallon bucket, put it off to the side, sometimes 2, because I'll run some hot sap through it as well, just to really clean it up nice. Then I drain the whole thing. Drain the whole thing. I take a bucket of our condensate water. I shut the whole front pan off, so I isolate it from everything else. Dump that in. That condensate water is that hot distilled water, which basically just eats minerals. It attracts the mineral to it. Do that, dump some vinegar in it, let it sit till the next morning, flush the whole thing back out, and we fire back up. It works well for us. That's been kind of what we do, how we do it, and it does work well. So we keep things neat and clean that way. That helps our efficiency in that front pan as well, right? When we don't have that buildup on the bottom of the pan, the inside of the pan, that allows that heat transfer to happen more efficiently. And when that happens, that means we're boiling more efficiently. So like I said, I did lower the damper a little bit. It's going to slow the boil just a touch, but that's okay at this point. It's also going to mean that we're not using quite as much wood. So, I made some good time. We boiled a good amount through already. Going around somewhere. One of the upgrades this year, we poured a little slab for the evaporator to sit on when we bought the new evaporator. We thought that would be a nice upgrade for this year. So far it has worked well. The negative side is it sits up higher now. It's a little harder to see in, but it does work well. Also, I'm sure you'll notice that sometimes we have a little smoke coming from the front here. I drop burning embers on the bottom. That's why we got buckets of water around. Usually I got a pressurized water fire extinguisher kicking around somewhere. Got a dry chem in the back. We do not want to be like some of the places who lost their sugar house because it burned down this year. That's not really what we're going for. That would not be good. There's always work to be done. Not too bad yet. I like to check my filters, make sure that the sugar sand hasn't built up too much. This is a hot job. Always burning yourself on something or another. So you got a little steam here in the front, or a little smoke, I should say. That's coming from the fact that I dropped a couple burning embers out in front. Questions or comments, please feel free to type them. I will try to, or I always try to do my best to monitor the bottom of the screen there. If anybody's got questions, I try to answer them. I guess we'll shovel and the wheelbarrow and I throw that burning stuff in there because it's a little annoying. There. There's enough of it here. I think we'll just chuck it back in the firebox itself. There we go. And we need to add more wood. To the Lapierre Vision arch. This particular model is a 2x8, which refers to the pan size. It's a 3-foot front pan or a 3-foot syrup pan, and a 5-foot back pan or sap pan. Overall, the arch is, I would say, right around 10 feet. You know, it might be 9.5, somewhere in there, but it's about 10 feet long. And the pans themselves are only 2 feet wide. But then we look at how the arch overhangs a little bit, and then you've got float boxes hanging off both sides and all that stuff. So really, even though it's only 2 feet wide, you really need 4 feet to dedicate to that. And our sugar house is pretty small. We're only about 10 feet wide. So it makes it a little bit tight navigating around everything. But overall, I've been happy with the setup. It has worked well for our needs. It was basically, it worked as advertised, which is great. Still working some of the kinks out of it, as it were, making some minor adjustments here and there. Figuring out how it runs best, how it runs most efficient, things like that. People often ask how much we fill our pans, right? Because some guys run it pretty full. We do not. The front pan is run at between 1.25 inches to 1.5 inches when it's not bubbling. So that's where we keep that. The back pan is run 1/4 inch to about 3/4 of an inch over that top flue. And remember, the flues are basically fingers that either, this is a raised flue, so it's fingers that go up into the pan, and where my hand is, let's say this is our firebox, that fire runs through each one of those fingers, and it increases the surface area of heat. And when you increase the surface area of the heat, compared to a flat pan, which is what the front pan is, it increases that productivity of the back pan drastically. So that back pan really rips, really boils. That's where most of the evaporation happens. It's the back pan. Probably 4 to 1, maybe 5 to 1 of the evaporation would happen in the front pan. So it's 11:30 right now. We started the boil about 2.5 hours ago. So far everything is working well. We are getting a lot of bubbles or foam in this front pan today. Definitely something that will fight. That lowers the evaporation rate. That boiled down about 125 gallons in 2.5 hours, which means we were, especially early on, considering there's a warm-up period, we were rolling every bit of 50 gallons an hour, which is really good. That's kind of the high end of what this is rated for. Don't really see that very much. You kind of need perfect weather conditions, great wood, stuff like that to be able to get that to that point. We're going to do a taste test here. See where we are. Every hour or so, I like to do a quick crack of this just to see where we are tasting wise. Don't want to try it right away. It's boiling hot, right? 218 degrees or thereabouts. Smells good. Again, something that we monitor late season is you want to make sure there's no bud flavor, that buddiness, as it were, buddy flavor. That's those tree buds. What?
How did it not melt the spoon?
What?
How did it not melt the spoon?
Yeah, it just doesn't melt the spoon. It's not hot for that long. Still tastes very good. Another thing that happens that we have found is as we're boiling throughout the day, early in the morning, we do well with the gallons per hour. Then it hits that 11:30 to noon time frame, which is what we're pretty close to, and when we lose our productivity once we hit that early afternoon. We still run all the way through, but it doesn't make sense to push quite as hard. It just drops for whatever reason. It's the time of the day. I don't know why. Some of you scientific folks might have a great answer for that. I certainly do not. But we just keep boiling on. It's all progress. You know, if we drop from 50 gallons an hour to 40 gallons an hour, that's still a great rate. I'm happy with 40. The old setup, we used to get anywhere from 35 to 42. I'd average usually around 38 or 39 gallons an hour. So since we're north of 40 with this setup, that makes me very happy that we're in that range. One of the keys to keeping things good is if you're doing this yourself, keep the sap cold. Keep it cold, keep it out of the sun. My grandfather used to bank snow around the barrels that he would store it in. Make a big difference keeping it cold. One year he had so much and there was no snow, he found a little stream down the road from his house, hauled it all there in 5-gallon buckets, and was storing sap in the stream because the water was 35 to 40 degrees and the outside temperature was 70, and it spoiled very quick at that rate. All right, our special thermometers, you're familiar with those if you've been with us for a while. These are syrup thermometers. They start at 0, they go up to 50. They're almost at 7. This one's reading 6, that one's reading 6, so we're good. That means we're sitting at 218 degrees in that back bin, that back partition of the front pan. We are flowing in from the back pan at 209 degrees right now, which is great. That's not too bad. You lose a little bit of your heat because it's in a long tube as it transitions from one to the other. But we are doing well. It's up to almost 210 now, so that's not much of a heat loss over that time. Getting much closer. don't realize is how quickly you dry out working in the sugar house. It's hot in here, it's steamy in here, it's sticky in here. And forget to drink water. So I use the quart jug. I try to keep track of how much I drink a day. When I'm working out here 10 or 12 hour a day, I should drink about 2 gallons because you don't realize how quickly in front of this heat, this stove all the time, it just sucks the moisture right away from you. Flowing in hot, the floats are working, everything is working well. Okay, so we got more foam than I'd like in the front pan, but sometimes something just got to fight. Deal with it. That front pan, that back bay of that front pan is just about syrup. Wow, looks like it just turned. Actually, which is wonderful. So we got another draw coming up. Super, like I said, we finish on the evaporator is where we finish. We probably, at this point in the year, could actually adjust that and finish over the stove. Do the finisher, bottler. It might help with that foam in that front pan, but if you don't. All right, back to the hydrometer with the test cup. We're back over here, right? That line is above the level of the syrup in the cup. That means we are syrup. Slow draw again. Pull across slow. Gotta keep things flowing nice across. Make sure that that back float is flowing in. Make sure that our front float is flowing in. Everything's working the way it should be. Don't want to draw it too fast. If you draw it too fast, you pull all everything out of your front pan and burn it. Not a good plan. We're just going to roll slow. Hopefully you can see this from here. You might have to zoom in. I don't know, but you can see we're just running slow. That's rolling out right now at 221 degrees. So it actually got a little bit hotter, a little bit more syrupy, if I can put it that way. Which makes sense, right? Because we're drawing down that front and it hasn't caught up yet. So it's steaming off, plus we're drawing out. So we need to, that float from the back pan to the front pan needs to be able to keep up with how fast we're drawing off, along with how fast we're evaporating. Again, the idea is pull it in nice and slow. Pull it through nice and slow. Come back here, I can put a little pressure on the top of this float, blow a little more of that hot sap in from that back pan, blow it through. That'll affect the front pan pretty quick. It's all still syrup. We had a super sweet front pan, so this does not surprise me. We've had a couple smaller draws, and we've had a couple really significant draws already this morning. So, nice thing is we're two and a half hours in. We've made, I would say, a solid 2 gallons of syrup. I would say it may be a little bit more than that. I won't know for sure until I transfer it over into the bottler. Alright. Our thermometer dropped back down to 7, and it will continue to drop now as everything works its way back through. Go nice and slow like that though. You can just run it and pull it across, pull that syrup across, and no big changes have to happen. Let's get some more wood on this one. Kind of using the mix right now of pine and hemlock. That's what we've got down here. Every now and then I'll throw a piece of maple or ash, oak, whatever, just to give some nice consistent heat if I need it. Alright, we're going to transfer some of this over from our draw-off tank into our pot that we then bring inside. Kind of how I found works well for me. It allows us to do all the final filtering and canning inside, which does work really well for us. A pretty dark syrup today. That dark amber. Rich flavor is what they say. With a robust, I think they call it robust flavor. It is what I like. What I prefer, actually. So we made a little over 2 gallons to work with. Judged by what's in this tank. Over 2. Syrup is heavy. You don't want to drop it. So about every 2 gallons, I pull the draw-off tank and I empty it into the pot that then goes inside. Keeps me from dropping anything. Struggling too much, and then if I drop it, I only spill 2 or 3 gallons, not 5 or 6. Running about 217 in this back corner right now. In the front corner, which is where the hot sap from the backhand rolls in, that's sitting right at 210, but that has lost some heat in the transfer process because it goes through a stainless pipe from the front pan, or from the back pan to the front pan. You don't want to stick your head over that, you'll get burnt. Back pan's got a nice boil. That's a good draw though. More quarts. Okay, everything is looking pretty good. Smelling good, looking good. Can you tell I love this? Hopefully you can tell, but I certainly do. We just had a big draw. We're just about ready again, it looks like. So we're going to test this again. Like I said, that front pan was super, super sweet. So it does not surprise me that we're doing multiple draws here. We'll do for a filter change here in a minute, but this one will most likely be a fairly small draw in comparison. All right, here we go. Hydrometer again. That's how they work. Hot test 211 degrees. That red mark needs to sit above the syrup. It does, therefore it is syrup. We're going to do a slow draw again. Won't be nearly as much as last time, but we are going to run a slow draw. Pull this across. Make sure everything's working. After this draw, we'll be doing a filter wash. I run either 3 or 4 pre-filters and then the felt filter in this draw off the tank. So that's what we're filtering through today. I'm actually filtering it through 3. Probably should put a 4th one in at this point, but we are filtering through 3 right now. Definitely on the darker side of syrup today. It's that grade A dark, robust flavor. That's what we're producing today. Not a surprise. We're later in the year, which is and warm, so not surprising at all. It's actually what we have. This is the easiest for us to sell. We have lots of people that really like the dark syrup, not super dark, but they like the dark syrup. There we go. A lot of our folks like that dark syrup, so it's the easiest for us to sell. It doesn't hurt my feelings at all that we're producing dark. When you're feeding these, if you've got an evaporator like this, you're learning how to use it. You want something that's going to produce a lot of heat and a lot of flame. That's why we use our hemlock and pine. And then we crisscross it when it goes in. That way lots of air and flame rolls up through that. Right. There we go. Changing the filter in a minute. So I'll take a quick peek at how much is in our nurse tank. filter swap. And I use the water that has run off from the hood and the evaporation that happens back there, the steam that gets collected and then caught becomes distilled water. So we use that to wash all of our filters. Works great. Use this hot water in the sugar house where there is no running water. Allows us to wash these filters. As I said, later in the season it gets harder to filter. Honestly, it gets a little more frustrating to filter. But that's one of the reasons we grabbed that vacuum setup addition for our Smoky Lake bottler. That water is still basically too hot to keep hand in. So plenty warm. Plenty warm. Flip it over. Looks like we're going to end up washing out the felt filter here. And when you filter, you always lose some syrup, unfortunately, but it's part of how it works. So stop walking for a minute. Sometimes it takes more concentration than I have to be able to, walk and chew bubble gum. filtering takes a while. Cleaning the filters takes a while. It often means that we lose some of the boil because I don't have somebody else here who can continue feeding while I'm doing all this. So we lose a lot of our efficiency because of it. We were talking before about filters, how to wring them out, how not to wring them out. We don't actually wring them out. Fold them in half like this, right? This is our cone filter. Fold it in half and then squeeze. Squeeze that water out of the bottom. Right? That's how you do it. You don't want that distilled water back into syrup. But that is how you do that. A little easier. This is always much, much easier with other people here, but as I said, I oftentimes don't have that option. So we've got a ton of syrup in here right now. We need to get some of this out so we can flow it into the next filter. Since it's a cone filter, most of your sediment settles towards the bottom of that filter. So if you pick the bottom up, that's why I got a little pair of pliers. If you pick the bottom up and kind of lift it a little bit, it'll then push some of that syrup through the side of the filter, rather than the bottom where it's got all that sediment built up. That makes it a lot easier to deal with. I'm sure at this point you can hear we basically lost the boil in the front pan and the back pan. So this is where our efficiency gets completely lost, is when I'm involved in the filter cleaning process. Ideally, you want to not lose your boil. We're still steaming off, you can see that, but the back pan is very little. But progress is being made, so. Echo, out. Come on, get out. You don't have to be in here. Dog likes to come for a visit. Once everything cools down, she finds anywhere that I've spilled syrup on the concrete and licks it off the ground, of course. I've managed to push some of that syrup through. Come here and hold this. Huh? Don't drop it. got that new filter set up. I don't like this filter as much. It doesn't fit the draw-off tank quite right, but it does work. And it kind of gets us in a good spot where we can take a little time, swap out filters, things like that. So it doesn't work quite as well. It's going to be a little more careful, but it does work. You don't have the whole round to get through. You've just got about a half round. All right, we need to get some wood on this. As you can hear, we've lost our boil. Like that. Usually you want to crisscross, but we want to get some wood in there right away. Now we'll crisscross. What? What? Nobody usually would. What? What? All right, we got fire again. We're rolling again, which is good. Yeah. All right, you can see, I just turned that cone filter inside out. See how kind of brown that is on the bottom? That's all that sediment that we're filtering out. So what we do, we let that sit over there and soak in that clean water for a little while. Jackson, look at me the big pot inside. The big one that had the sugar in it. We got a few different pots and pans and things that we do. I try to keep different grades separate. Looking like we're gonna run some grade B here in a minute. Judging by the smell, it's going to be different kind of syrup. It always smells different, it tastes different. I still like it. What they would call grade B, but that's a little harder to sell. It's a super strong flavor. So I try to keep stuff separate, that way I know what we have. I had somebody last year, the year before, who wanted to try the very strong. They got back to us after a little bit and said, yeah, that's a little too strong for us. Which I can understand. At this point, what we have, we want to try to make as much as we can. Especially a year that's not been great weather-wise. Make some adjustments. Oh, good, we didn't boil over. You never know. Sometimes you run over.
This one?
Yep.
What do you want?
Hang on. Let's see, our giant pot just came in. What? Yep. We're going to lower this down a little bit just because we're foaming like crazy, so I'm going to lower the heat on it a touch. There, and we'll see how we do. Hey, Jackson, this is another big pot that you just had. So if you ever get worried that maybe syrup's not great, stuff like that, or the sap's not great, I should say, you can always take a small pot. You know, like for us, we've got a ton of sap. You can always take a small pot, boil a little bit down, and do a taste test. So I taste it as it comes off the evaporator all day long, but it is one option that you can do. So we're actually going to do that because the smell has changed, the evaporation, the steam smell has changed, and the way that the front pan is acting with the foam makes me wonder if we should get rid of the sap that's up there, wash everything out, start fresh with what ran today, which is fine. If we need to do that, we can do that. So what I have on our feed-in system is I have a tube running off the bottom of the filter, so I can do a quick test on its way in, see where it is, make sure the flavor's good, make sure the smell is good, make sure the sugar content's good, all that good stuff. So I can do tests before it ever even hits the evaporator. So that's exactly what we're going to do right now, is we're going to flow a little bit of sap into this and kind of see where it is. So I got a little turkey fryer right here in the Sap Shack. So I can run this tests, make sure things look okay, smell okay, taste okay, all that good stuff. Sometimes what can happen is sap in your holding tank gets a little funky, if I can put it that way. Once it gets to that point, better off dumping that, washing it, starting fresh. So if we have to do that today, that's what we'll do. I mean, I hate to see 300 gallons of sap get dumped, but I don't want to introduce bad into our good in the evaporator. So that's always a possibility of something that might have to happen. Bring this inside, that's full of good syrup. Alrighty, back at it. Like I said, we're doing a little test on the turkey boiler. I pulled some sap straight out of the bulk tank just to do a quick test on it, make sure, and I'll boil that down. It's only got a few quarts in there. But we'll boil that down, and that'll give you a good idea of how everything is looking, how everything is tasting, all that good stuff. So we always want to be careful, make sure that we're not just wasting our time producing the subpar product. So That helps us make informed decisions. We're certainly hoping for a good year this year after a subpar year last year. In our area, I'm in a little bit of a different position than some of the other guys. I've got cold trees. So where other people are able to tap earlier, we're tapping later, and that's what we need to do. Because of what they run. Keep hearing noise up there. It's the tarp over the one tank blowing on the roof. Couldn't figure out what it was. All right, let's get some more wood on this. So we're slowing that boil down a little bit on purpose at this point. We're not going for crazy production, going more of just a steady flow that I can keep up with. What? Nail back here where I hang my filters once we wash them. Specifically the felt filter. Dry a little bit, get dry. nice steady boil at this point, not going too crazy. I want to walk inside and grab a fresh cup of coffee, but I also don't want to leave this. So if I wait till I have the next draw, I'll do a quick walk inside, grab a cup of coffee. Coffee? Mommy, close it out. A what now? Yep. There you go. Jackson is going to get some syrup. Got syrup here. Again. Switch on that for sure. But want to make sure we're making as much syrup as we can. But again, we want to make sure it's good. That's why everything's been swapped out now. It's going to be some pretty strong tasting syrup, so we don't really want to mix with the other syrup. All kinds of fun stuff. Test it, make sure we're close. Where are we? Not quite there, almost there, not quite there. Put that here. There we go. One of the things, right, you want to wash, rinse this cup, whatever it may be, after each time you use it. Because the sugar buildup in that cup can give you a false reading. Right, sugar buildup on the hydrometer, things like that. So we make sure that after every draw, I put it back in there, I let it set. Make it so it works well. They make different types of defoam, right? I said I use vegetable oil a lot. This is a powder that Lapierre provides, kosher. I can't read it in French, but kosher defoamer. Sorry, I don't read French. Depends on what we have. Depends on what we're using. Later in the season, the powder works better than the liquid. So. Just about there for a draw. Getting very close. Put this back on, keep any dust out of the top. If you are just joining us, we are boiling. The sugar house, as I'm sure you can see. We're going a little bit late season now. Getting to that time of year where you're getting that strong flavor, that dark syrup. A lot of folks are producing grade B now. We're just about there as well. Great cooking. A little strong on your waffles or pancakes. people don't prefer that for the waffles or pancakes. We like it. Alright. First one right at syrup. Good. You don't have to test each one. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll test it, then I'll watch the thermometer to give a good guide. But in this case, when I'm doing such small batch draw, I like to test each one. It only takes a minute. So that's again, test with the test cup and a hydrometer. This is a large test cup with a long syrup hydrometer. You make smaller ones work just fine. It's entirely personal preference. Entirely. Filtering wise, whatever you would like to do filtering, if you're small, backyard, hobby, stuff like that, I would recommend less filtering rather than more. If your stuff's real clean, you know where it came from, you can lose a lot of syrup when you're filtering. So the way my grandfather used to do it was a simple, through one cotton sheet that was clean, right? He bought it brand new that way, or I believe something along those lines. He would wash it, boil it, and that would be what he would use every year to run his syrup through. Just a simple cotton filter. Got rid of any of the stuff from boiling, any of the leaves or whatever that may have blown in, because it was all open. That's what Grandpa did. That works well for the hobby. That's what we do for the kids. Kids each have their own tree that in most cases they tap themselves, not Joshua. He collects his own though. And they boil it inside. Works great for the kids. And for them, less filtering works better. So far, so good. Everything's boiling all right. Like I said, we kind of toned it down a little bit here a couple hours, well, not a couple hours ago, maybe a half hour ago. I closed the damper a lot, just to kind of slow things down a little bit. Made some good progress this morning. At some point, I will need to go collect later today. May have to look at pulling some taps, because we have such an elevation difference. We've got almost 200-foot elevation difference in our sugar bush. Some of it's right behind my house here. Some of the trees are in full sun. The buds are starting to swell a little bit, and to the point where it may be affecting the flavor shortly. Even if it's not quite yet, it will soon. So we want to avoid that. And in the main sugar bush, we've got one run that runs right along a field, and that's in full sun. Those usually kind of end the season earlier than the ones that are way down the hole. So what we can do is we can pop the caps off of those, cap them, won't mess with the vacuum. We have a natural vacuum on some of our lines, but we don't want 30 taps running into a collection tank with 150 or 200 others and basically ruining that whole batch. I'd rather say, well, instead of getting 100 gallons of sap, we only got 70, but it's good. So, gotta play those games a little bit. Sorry if I disappear, I'm walking in and out the back, checking out a bulk tank and things like that. Always things to do when you're here alone. Always stuff that needs to be done. Eating fires, watching the boil. Kind of trying to run it slower right now. I'm pumping some stuff up in the back. One of the things we can use the later season syrup for is when we hot bottle with that cinnamon syrup. So we do our syrup, we hot bottle it with a cinnamon stick. This stuff does work very well for that. It's already a darker syrup. The cinnamon flavor with it is nice. What? Okay.
Should I leave the table up?
What?
Should I leave the table up?
You should take most of the stuff off of it. Yeah. Take a full box of the stuff off of it.
You look like a scientist. It's a science. Wow, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Beautiful. Whoa, what a, looks like it's as big as a train car.
Yeah. A little bit.
Wow. And you have a
You got
pad
the,
now?
you're standing in the camera.
Oh. Oh. I had no idea, sorry about that.
Right. I'm gonna turn my pump off with the current in the back.
It's no longer, it should be going right through, the steam just goes through those openings. Oh, and there's where the heat is going through, okay. That's the firebox then back there?
Yeah, yep,
Also?
the main chimney is in the back, this is just for steam.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, you haven't really seen it much?
No, not really.
Wow. If somebody stops, they can get more.
Put this all together.
Yep. Yep.
Amazing. And I like your sign for the top of the state.
Oh yeah, we added. You're supposed to cover this every time, but I figured it's nicer to
Yeah,
wrap it.
exactly, I agree.
They used to give a new one every year, so you used to be able to put a whole bunch up, but I guess it probably got expensive. Is he gonna help you work?
Yeah, he's gonna help me work. 210, 212,
Yep.
boiling point.
That's what it's flowing in from here at. So the front pan's 218,
Okay.
218 and a half.
Wow. What's the boiling point Celsius? Remember? It's a really simple number. Remember you're working with,
Oh, like 5?
nope, 0 is freezing. Let's make a big jump to boiling.
10?
Bigger. By 10. 10 times 10 is, yeah, 100 Celsius. These are a lot easier. 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling. Instead of 32 is freezing and what's boiling? 212.
I know that 250.
The what food? This whole thing is filled with sap.
And it comes out from there, from the preheat, it goes in through here, and that's what comes in it. It goes through there. And then Daddy's ready for it.
And so this is the one that it comes out of.
Yes. That's when it comes out. This thing here, it comes out. This is
You can hear and see it's wide open, huh? They're very open. It's a really nice top.
oh, Daddy actually closed it when we opened it. When we put it on, it was that.
Wow. It's much air in there.
Daddy.
Yeah, I can really open it. I'm running it only at about a third right now.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Just because it's too much, I can't get it all done otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. Does Owen sometimes come over
Sometimes.
and babysit it?
Sometimes.
I know he said he really enjoys this time of year.
Yeah, he
this
likes it.
thing, Yeah.
Yep.
Time to get more on it, huh? Oh, well,
All right. Sounds good.
getting ready to bottle it off? Close? Getting ready to bottle it off?
No, bottling, no, we do it all inside now.
Okay.
No, I just drew some off though. Very late in the season, so it's starting to get a little weird.
A little dark, really dark.
It's really dark, but it doesn't smell the same, and it tastes quite the same. I was hoping it would resurrect, but once it hits 70 degrees for a couple of days, it's hard to make it work.
Okay, so you're very close to being done. We had some of Grandpa's in a quart bottle, and it says black on top in his handwriting. Unless it was yours.
That's mine. That's
Yeah.
my handwriting.
Okay.
This is black, is mine.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. I didn't realize my handwriting looked similar to his.
Well, I was just assuming because it was from 99 or something. I don't know.
Oh, maybe you do have his, then I'll have to look.
Well, the court from at Nana's house where the court was one from the fair, and another one that keeps popping, so it's not safe anymore.
That's going to crystal.
Yeah, it is. Did you see the crystals we had from the maple syrup last night? Did you see those?
No, we did. Yeah.
It's so cool.
Well, you ready to go?
I'm like,
Okay. There's something for that one?
this is cookies, but we're gonna do sugar out last night.
Okay. Something that-
All right, you good, all right? Sometimes they get quiet, just let the feed run. Sometimes that's nice. Goodbye, be good. Sometimes that's nice as well. Just get to hear the sounds of the fire and boil and all that good stuff going. Basically, we're going to take all this sap that we have, run it all the way through, clean everything tonight, start fresh tomorrow. Hopefully the cold, we'll kind of reset some things. We only made about 30 gallons so far. We'd like to be somewhere in the 60 range. So even if we end up with 5 or 10 of, let's say, like a grade B type syrup, I'm somewhat okay with that, just so we have syrup. One interesting thing with syrup is it is kind of a superfood, if I can put it that way. A little bit like honey, where it just doesn't go bad. They say if it's canned properly, it will store for like 30 or 40 years. I can only speak to, I think, about 27 years. I've got some that was bottled in either 98 or 99 that I did as a kid, as a 4-H project. It still looks like the day it was put in the bottle. So if you keep it fresh, if you keep it cool and out of the sun, it's good for a long time. We have some in our basement from 2016 and 17. We use it. It's perfectly good. It tastes like the day it was put in the bottle. So, if you ever have syrup that gets a little bit of mold on top of it, that will happen once in a while. You get some that'll have a little mold on the top of it. You skim off that mold, you heat it back up to 180, 190. You dump it right back in a glass container. You're good to go and continue using it. Get a little bit of mold on top of your syrup, don't throw it out, right? It happens. Not real common, but it does happen. I've seen a lot of questions online. We got a little bit of mold on our syrup that we made. What do we do? Usually, not always, usually it means it wasn't quite syrup or was very close or maybe wasn't canned quite hot enough, right? That's one of the things that happens. When you're canning your syrup, you want it to be canned between 180 and 190 degrees. Greater than 190 degrees, that sugar sand starts building up again, that niter, right? That's what we talked about, niter. That starts building up again. You don't want that. We'll put more wood on this. So between 180 and 190 is hot enough to keep it good and not quite hot enough to build that niter. So that's a bottling tip for you. Again, you get syrup in your house, has a little bit of mold on it, skim that mold off, heat it back up to 180, 190 degrees, put it right back in a glass bottle, and you are perfectly good to use that syrup. Won't hurt you, perfectly fine. Here's some of what we bottled the other day. Here we go. That's a nice medium syrup there. See that? But that's some of what we bottled the other day. See if I can get some of the sun on it. No, that doesn't really help, but get some of the glow there. It's a nice syrup though. That's a nice medium. So we have this sitting out right now. Out by the road. The kids were selling it earlier today. They're now, I think, at a birthday party and somewhere else. So it's just sitting out there, and hopefully somebody will stop and decide they want some. If not, we got a bunch that we can sell at the events later on in the year. So we usually don't sell a lot from the roadside here when we're boiling. It sounds kind of funny. You would think that we would. We actually don't. Most of our syrup gets sold at a couple different events in town. One would be the library fair. They have a craft fair before Christmas. And that's usually a pretty good place for us to sell our syrup. And the other one is something called Olive Day. And that's we're in the town of Olive in Hudson Valley. And they have a little day there where you can set up and sell your crafts and things that you make, along with this type of product, whether it's syrup. Our friend Bob goes there, he sells his honey, things like that. It's just a kind of a fun community day. So we sell both of those places. Those are really the only two spots right now that we visit and actively sell. Otherwise, we've got a roadside stand that is stocked with a bottle or two most of the year. And a lot of folks have my phone number, so they'll give me a call or a text. Hey, we need to get, a quart, a pint, a gallon, whatever the case may be. Like, so we are shipping it now. Unfortunately, it is very expensive to ship. And shipping it with the USPS, we've had the best luck with them where they're not breaking it, but it is definitely a little pricey to ship. We don't ship enough to get a good rate on the shipping like some other folks do. But it is an option. The average sugar maple produces about 2% sugar, or thereabouts, 2.2, something like that, sugar in the maple sap that runs out. What we're doing here is we are taking that sap, we're running it through this evaporator. It's all wood fired. And basically what that does, it produces steam. The steam is just water vapor leaving, and we are boiling the water off, leaving the sweet sugar behind. That's how this works. That's the principle behind it. It works pretty good. Once in a while you'll see me drop a drip or two of basically a vegetable oil, and that helps the foam go down. Later in the year, which is where we are now, it gets really foamy. So we use a little more of it. This is a 4-ounce dripper bottle. The last one lasted me, I think, 2 or 3 years, which is about 100 gallons that we made with one 4-ounce dripper bottle. So. And I'm constantly tasting, making sure everything tastes right, looks right, smells right. It's definitely one byproduct. One of the things we do is we keep this pot lid here. I keep it inverted, keeps the dust out of the draw-off tank. But it also captures a little bit of syrup drips that come out from the spout when every now and then you get a couple of drips. It allows me to taste it, make sure that we're still where we need to be. That's what I'm doing right now. Is I know we're getting down to where the sap can turn very quickly. Working my way through until I taste something that's off. As soon as I taste something that's off, we're done. Everything gets drained. Everything gets washed. And we go collect and hope that I can find the one run that has started to bud out and impact the bad flavor. I don't want to call it bad flavor, but just not the flavor that you want with maple syrup. I wouldn't call it bad flavor. okay so far. I have over here outside the view of the camera, I've got a little turkey fryer going. And I got a, I guess it's a 6-quart or 8-quart pot, something like that. I grabbed some sap and boiling that down. Put about a gallon in it. Boiling it down just to see how everything looks, how it tastes, how it smells, all of that. I won't filter that. That is purely for my own research, let's say. Just to make sure everything is still good and that this is worthwhile to continue today. Right, it's a lot of work to make this stuff if it's not as good as it should be. You know, sometimes you need to know when to cut your losses and say, we're done for today, drain it all, chuck it all, wash it all, start back up tomorrow. So that's what I'm doing over here is I'm doing a quick test on that just to see where we are. That way I know what's going on. I got about 300 gallons in that holding tank right now. I don't want to dump it, but if we have to, we will. We got that double wall stainless that's been working and insulated. It's been working well for us. It doesn't necessarily stop spoiling from happening, but it certainly slows it. We're just about to draw here. That's kind of why I'm really monitoring this closely. All of a sudden, it'll just jump. And that's right about where we are. Usually 6 things happen at once. It's time for a draw. It's time for a filter change. And if you're finishing syrup at the same time, usually that's ready to be bottled. So that's one of the reasons we stopped finishing out here. We do it in our kitchen now, because it is more controlled and it allows us to focus on one thing at a time. Which when you're doing this is kind of important. Hydrometer in a test cup. Again, before it looks as I get this crack open. Come on there. There we go. So your hydrometer, your test cup, right? What you want to do is this comes out hot. You want that top line, that red line. Can you see that? Maybe, kind of, hopefully. There it is. See how that floats? That floats above where the syrup level is. That means we got syrup. Or see ya. One of the kids used to say, see ya. I want more see ya. I don't remember who said that. One of them did. Again, with our setup here, we kind of go slow, test, see where that draw is. That's still syrup. I like that slow draw across. That helps that gradient difference across that front pan. I do a couple tests with the hydrometer. I run off the thermometer at the same time. And then we test one more time before we bottle. Here we go. All right, everything should be running in. I'm going to do a quick spin around and make sure everything looks good. All right, float from the back pan to the front pan is flowing in. That's good. Looks like the flow in the back pan is working properly. We're pulling sap in through that. We are due for some wood on this fire. Let me do a quick grab here so you can kind of see the color. Maybe see it, maybe not. That's actually, right now it doesn't look dark in this spoon, but it is actually a dark amber. Basically, at this point, probably a grade B type syrup. This back on to keep that filter area hot and dust free. Still tastes just fine. Still tastes really good. So, again, we will take every single good gallon that we can get. Let's get more wood on this thing. As I've said in the past, we use junk wood, pine, hemlock, anything like that to fire this evaporator. It works very, very well. It gives lots of heat, which we need, lots of flame, which we need. Because you need heat and flame both for these evaporators to work properly. So this gives us both of those things. And a lot of this was from a job that we did about this time last year. It was all going to be chipped up, thrown away, put in a pile, let rot, whatever. And I think we ended up with like 7 or 8 totes. We use those IBC totes. We ended up with 7 or 8 totes of wood from that one job. That was nice. You can hear our fire is back. I've got this damper down. Actually, I'm running it at 1/4 to 1/3 open, which means I'm going to lower my productivity a little bit. But with the way the front pan was foaming so much, I wanted a little bit less heat just to help control this a little bit. It was a little bit wild. Started, I think, right about 8:50, 8:55, something like that this morning. Which means we've been boiling for a while. I'm not going to do math, we've been boiling for a while. Probably about 4 hours, 4.5 hours, somewhere in there. This is the time where I start getting a little bit tired. I haven't sat down yet since this boil started. I actually came out here and cleaned this morning. So I've been on my feet for just over 6 hours straight. Like I said, we drain the front pan when we're done for the day. Every day we drain the front pan. All the sweet comes out of it. We put distilled water into it along with some vinegar. Let that sit, let that clean. And then we start back fresh in the morning. We dump the sweet back in and do it all over again. So at some point here, I'm going to decide that I'm done with the live stream for the day. I'm not sure when that'll be, but probably cut it off around 2 o'clock. And I'm going to click on the radio and enjoy some music or something as I do this. But that's a little distracting for you all if I have the radio going while I'm here trying to talk. One thing that gives you the darker color, or a little bit of a darker color, affects the color, something along those lines, is how long it actually stays on the heat. The longer it stays on the heat, the darker the color is going to be. That is one of the things that affects it. Another one is how warm the sap got, things like that. So like I said, I've got a gallon on my little turkey cooker over here in a pot. I'm boiling that down right now. It is almost done, and it is extremely, extremely light. That's because it was only on the heat for probably a half an hour, something like that, as it cooked down. So it didn't caramelize at all. It's not going to have a whole lot of maple flavor, a whole lot of color, but I still want to do a taste test to make sure it looks good, make sure it tastes okay. All that. We were fighting a lot of foam in our front pan this morning, or I guess this afternoon now. So I'm having to use our foam control stuff a little bit. A couple pieces of wood on. Good. This is our sugar house, nothing fancy. Kind of a fancy evaporator, I guess, but you know, in general, nothing too fancy. I was saying earlier in the video, we constructed this sugar house kind of last minute, a few years ago now. The siding came from a friend of mine who had a bandsaw mill. There was a bunch of the slag from the mill that we kind of trued up, worked through, made it look a little nicer. I actually ran it through the planer because it was pretty bad when we got it. But I ran it through the planer just to try to keep the sides a little bit consistent, make it look a little nicer. We did that. That's where our siding came from. Some of the dimensional lumber came from that mill, some of it came from the store, some of it came left over from jobs. So we bought the rafters and bought the roofing material. The rest of it was pretty much found. The window, I think, was a throwaway at the dump or something like that. I forget the story behind that one, but something like that at least. I'm doing a little boil over here on the turkey fryer as well, trying not to burn that. It's right down to the last little bit. There's only a gallon in a pot, but I wanted to boil it down. Won't get a lot, get probably 2 ounces from that, something like that. But just to see how everything looks, tastes, smells. A lot of people tell me maple syrup's too expensive, or that we want too much money for it. It is an enormous amount of work to make a little bit of syrup. We're certainly not making a ton of money on it, that's for sure. But it's a labor of love. We do truly enjoy it. Something that the family's done for quite a few years. Done on the family property. So it's important to us to keep the tradition going as well. Along with hopefully have enough return to at least cover the expenses. Somebody earlier asked how much this setup costs. Just what you see here, this evaporator with the hood, the preheat, all that, runs right around $15,000. So that's a lot of syrup that needs to be sold just to recoup the money invested on this, right? I said earlier that I'll be burning a cord of wood today. I'll be burning a cord of wood today to probably produce somewhere in the area of 8 gallons of syrup. So take that into account as well. How long it takes to cut, split, stack a cord of wood. That would all go into it, along with the time spent maintaining lines, tapping, cleaning things, bottling. So even though we are doing this today, there'll be several hours of work involved in bottling everything that we made today as well. Bringing it up to temperature, refiltering, and then actually bottling. So, and then you take into account that your glass now is about $2 a quart, somewhere in there. So you're really not making a whole lot on it. For me, I'm happy that we somewhat recoup the expense that's laid out. That's kind of the goal. turkey fryer off. Got some syrup in the bottom of that. Nice light syrup, actually. Like I said, it hasn't been on heat for a long time. That was only on for about half an hour. So we'll do a quick taste test on that, make sure we're still where we want to be. Got ready for a draw. Gotta put some more on now first. This just did a pretty hard pull. Flowed in a lot, actually. This is good. These are the lows. Heat going there again. Good, good. Still flowing. Or if it foamed up a little back there, and that was the issue. Yeah, that might have been the issue. Let's see. I don't know. Right. Well, that's it for today, everybody. Thank you very much for watching Elmendorf Acres. I hope you enjoyed it. It's always a little hard to do a live stream and keep folks online, keep them interested, things like that. But a little hard for me. I'm the only one in the sugar house, so sometimes it's a little bit hard to actually do a live stream, keep it informative, answer questions, interact with folks, things like that. So we're going to shut the live stream down for the day. But as always, thank you for watching. If you haven't done so, if you consider subscribing, that would be great. That would help us. So thanks everybody for watching. I hope you have a great day.